everybody? We're back with some more Ravenloft campaign goodness. We're also back from our holiday break officially as of today. This game wasn't affected by it at all. Well, sort of. But we'll carry on and get through it. Some announcements before we begin. We have a link tree, as always. The link is posted in our VODs and chat. You click on our link tree. Linktree basically / Mimics and Monstrosities. You can find links to our Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Patreon, Facebook, blah 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 blah. There's also a link to join the Discord in there, and as well as a link to our Tiltify account, our Tiltify page where we raise money for Color of Change, which is a really, really good charity. So you can check it all out there. Our Sunday campaign, Codex Legendarium, returns this Sunday, January 2nd. And then our Wednesday campaign, Embers of Autumn, returns January 5th. And other things are being worked on behind the scenes for Wednesday as well. So we'll see what happens. Who knows, honestly. Also, I've been experimenting with not just doing tabletop streams on the channel. So I played through Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, and that was an experience. Shout out to that game. And then I streamed some Pathfinder, the video game, because I was trying to make parties from the campaigns, but it's a little difficult to do. Anyways, yeah, trying to branch out and not do just strictly tabletop stuff. We kind of experimented with that last February, or this past February, on the anniversary, doing some like raft streams with Lex and Garrett and some Phasmophobia stuff. So probably do more of that in the future. Who knows? That said, last we left off, the party continued the trial of hearts in the jungle domain of Valachan, and it was a pretty bad day for Hamunep. Fell off a bridge. Almost got stabbed to death by a bullywug. Just a bad day. And eventually, after falling off this bridge, dealt with some whitewater rapids, basically, and the party all kind of struggled a little. Not terribly, but struggled to tackle this stream. And eventually they all got reunited on the shore and kept walking down along this small little rocky beach in a gorge, and eventually came across this cave where a heartbeat sound was reverberating through. And eventually the party came across this beating heart. Hamunep stabbed the heart. And upon doing so, the party heard screams all throughout the jungle, like the jungle itself was rebelling, and being uncontrolled and untamed, and killed all of the other contestants. Then, the Darklord of Valachan, Chakuna, showed up with 3 Displacer Beasts to beat. Because, you know, she knew someone was in there. Someone had destroyed her heart. And she's like, no, I'm going to kill these people. But Hamunep ripped out his own heart and placed it upon the altar, thus killing the Darklord of Valachan and cementing Hamunep as the new Darklord. With his friends being the only ones left in the jungle in the competition, Hamunep led them out of the domain, and before parting, gave them a snake, the reliquary, as a token to, should they ever wish to return to Valachan, they could with ease. The party debated where to go next, and chose to go to Madeliene's domain of Demendlu. And after a few hours of walking through the mist, you find yourselves standing at the edge of a large city that resembles architecture from the French Renaissance, featuring a mix of brown and red bricks, which means I'll actually change you to the domain map, and when I get around to it, I'll post it in the group chat. Where was I? Featuring a mix of brown and red bricks. The buildings all seem to have a mixture of steep, sloping roofs and double-sloped roofs. Some of the more ornate buildings have dormer windows, towers, and turrets. Not like machine gun turrets, but like tower turrets. Arched entrances and windows topped by stone lintels. Each building also seems to have a chimney where thick plumes of smoke waft out from. It's very, very French Renaissance. It's very cool. A sign nearby reads, Port à Lucine, and the city itself is nestled on the edge of some murky water that forms into two bays. Everything in this city that you see appears incredibly valuable and oozes excess, grandeur, and has a veneer of sophistication. Currently, all of you. You're missing one person. That's Lex. You're standing before the entrance to the city, and all around you are farmlands. Yeah, the entrance. So behind you, all around you are farmlands. And then to the northwest, which is behind you, is a small wooded area with 3 crooked houses just on the edge of the woods. And directly ahead of you is a narrow street, with a sign labeled as the Widow's Walk heading deeper into the city.
Very impressive, Madeliene.
It feels good to be home. Gosh, that jungle air is too oppressive. This is... Well, shall we? I'm sure Mother and Father wouldn't be terribly put out if I brought in a few strays.
Oh, yes. I could do with a respite.
Could we all... This way, and I'll lead the group to my house.
Okay. As you enter the city, there are people milling about all around. They all are dressed very similar to Madeliene. Madeliene, you would know as soon as you walk into the city, your mask would go on. You would also know that the invitations you were given to the masquerade ball at the end of last session are fake, because the masquerade ball happens every 7 days. Invitations go out 2 days before. And you've seen like people with invitations before. You've never gotten one yourself, but you can tell this is a fake, and you know it's dangerous. It would be dangerous to go to the Grand Masquerade with these invitations. But regardless, as you enter the city, you spot a figure standing across the street, just hidden away in an alley, and they seem to be staring at you all quietly, and are standing incredibly still. They seem to be wearing a red frock coat with large white frills, swept back black hair, and a masquerade mask resembling a peacock. And as soon as they catch your attention, they turn on the spot and begin walking down the alley out of sight. And other people walk up and down the street and don't seem to notice the stranger. These people are also dressed up in elegant clothes with beautiful ornate masks covering their faces. And you can tell everyone here is wearing a mask, aside from Thalia. Oh, Thalia is wearing a mask, actually. Pitt and the Professor. But the only one in your group who seems to blend in with the city of Demenlu is Madeliene. Everybody else in the group sticks out like a sore thumb. Yeah.
I feel like I should mention that the professor still has the helmet on over, like the armor is still on too.
You definitely stick out.
Okay.
And the people walking definitely give long glances at the people who are not wearing masquerade outfits.
Does Pitt have a hood? You do, right?
Yeah, I have like my cloak thingy.
Yeah. Madeliene will just reach back, and if it's not already up, she'll put it up. If it is up, she'll tug it a little bit lower so that it covers your face a bit more.
And yeah, you can still see the figure in the alley just staring, and then they turn on the spot and just walk away, deeper down the alley.
Madeliene, I believe, I feel underdressed.
Don't worry, we'll fix that when we get home. For now, let's hurry, shall we? I wouldn't like to make too much of a scene.
Was that dude staring at us because we don't have masks on?
Would I know anything about the rules of the city?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow, how topical.
Yeah, pretty much. First off, you know that the decorative masks that people wear are common accessory, and everyone wears them at social events, daily life, etc. And people know their neighbors by their masks better than by their faces. Hey, just like right now. Um, and yeah, you would also know some stuff based on what you told me in your backstory stuff and what you sent me earlier.
Beautiful.
Specifically, the Grand Masquerade. Uh, People who show up to the Grand Masquerade not in the right outfit, or if their outfit is a little tarnished, say like a button pops off their outfit, or their mask falls off at the Grand Masquerade, you would know that anyone who is seen not worthy of nobility or is wearing an outfit that doesn't really for example, Madeliene comes from the city, knows the city, has a background that kind of ties into the sort of we'll say nobility of the city. Your friends, however, don't.
Yep.
And one of the punishments for people who don't belong in this city, who are considered frauds of the city, specifically those who go to the Grand Masquerade. So, for example, if one of your friends went to the Grand Masquerade and their mask fell off, or a button popped off their shirt, the punishment is disintegration. So, anyone at the Masquerade Ball, if their button pops off, the Duchess says they are a fraud and they do not belong here, and disintegrates them. And that is the punishment for not wearing the mask and the outfit, and basically not looking well at the Grand Masquerade is punishment by death, and it kind of also lasts in the city as well, so everyone dresses that way. And those who don't definitely stick out and definitely become a target for the Duchess.
Yeah.
So I know Rose isn't here, but Thalia is actually kind of dressed pretty closely, right? She has
a plague doctor mask. Doesn't have the right kind of mask.
Yeah.
I mean, it slaps.
Yeah, but looking around, you can easily tell that everyone aside from Madeliene is not wearing the proper attire.
Yeah, as I show the group to my house, I'll use like back alleys as much as I possibly can based on my background. I think I would know kind of how to sneak around the city.
All right,
and just avoid crowds.
Cool. As you're cutting down alleys,
Great.
you, Madeliene, see a familiar figure. Madame Chardonnay, the owner of the high-end pottery store in the city. And as you kind of cut down this alleyway, it's not common for the nobles of the city, the higher-ups of the city, the rich people of the city, essentially, because you're currently in the district where all the rich people are. And they don't really go down the alleyways. Not their thing. And you come down the alleyway, and you recognize Madame Chardonnay from her back, from behind, because you've seen her. You've definitely have seen her. You've probably been to the pottery store to buy, if your family buying expensive pottery. Who knows? But as you cut down this one alleyway, staring face first into a wall, you can make out Madame Chardonnay's green velvet dress, red hair done up a bun, and her head is tilted to the side, and they're unmoving, just staring at the wall.
Have I seen anything like this before?
No. She's just standing there, just staring straight at the wall.
I'm going to hold out a hand for the group to pause a moment and step forward.
Okay, and you'd know she's kind of unfriendly.
Uh-huh.
She hates kids. I mean, whatever. She hates kids, absolutely hates them. And she treats her customers like shit. She overcharges them. And yeah, you just know she has this reputation of being a sour, hostile older woman, and she's just standing there staring at the wall. You can't see her face or anything because she's basically up against the wall staring at it. But yeah, you can get a little closer.
Okay. Madame, are you all right?
She suddenly turns around,
Oh.
And as they do, their limbs appear extremely stiff and rigid. And as she turns around, an unnatural smile spreads across their face, so wide in fact that the skin at the corners of the mouth begin to rip and tear. Her right eye is staring to the left, and the right eye is staring to the right, and the left eye is staring to the left, so kind of like this.
Mm.
Hello, children. Do you want some? Hello, children. She takes a few steps forward. Her skin almost looks like it's melting slightly, and she reaches out two hands towards you. Beneath the skin, you swear you can see hints of something metallic, as a long, silver needle begins to glide out of the figure's palm. You don't have any time to think. What do you do?
I'm going to pop behind her. I think I still have that left. Let me double check. I do. Yeah, I have a Misty Step left. So I'm going to Misty Step behind her.
Okay.
And I'm going to grapple her.
All right,
That's
everybody
gonna
roll
end
initiative.
horribly for me. Yeah.
Yeah, so the skin on the lip just very unnaturally wide. The
Horrifying.
skin starts to split and rip. Her eyes are staring in opposite directions, very like Pennywise-esque. And then a long silver needle comes out of her palm. Yeah. All right. Well, Lex, you don't get to roll initiative, but Madeliene.
15.16.
15. Pit.
6.
Ouch.
What else?
Professor.
I love it.
Alrighty. So, Madeliene, you're first. You attempted to grapple, is what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. So yours would be athletics
So
against
that's
the athletics, or yeah.
God, I
Huzzah.
hope she's weak.
6.
4.
Wow.
No.
As you
Oh,
grapple,
horrible.
your arms grab, but the skin feels very wet, and it kind of glides off in places where you go to grapple. And now there's just like these big tufts of like liquid skin basically like stuck to your clothes.
Ugh. All right.
That's your action to try to do that. And your bonus action, technically, you do have your bonus action because it's technically a new turn. So.
Yeah, I don't have anything in it. That's not true. I will bamf my rapier into my hand.
Okay, cool. All right. Is that your turn?
Yeah.
Turns around to face you. And then hello, Madeliene. And then goes to stab you with that silver needle sticking out of their palm. For a dirty 20.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
So it sinks into your shoulder, and you feel this really cold sensation. You take 1 piercing damage, and 3 necrotic.
Woofed.
And as that coldness kind of comes over you, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
That's something I'm good at.
Yeah.
Hopefully. 21.
21. Yeah. That cold sensation goes away. You shake it off. But the needle is still like stuck in your shoulder, and then she just kind of slowly pulls it out. Yep. Thalia is is silver a metal?
Rules is written? I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, yes, it is.
Yeah.
So
there are silver dragons, so.
Yeah, so Thalia is going to cast heat metal.
Fuck yeah!
Looking at the needle, is going to cast heat metal.
When you say needle, do you mean like a giant sewing needle or like?
Yeah,
like a knitting needle.
Like a kind of. Yeah, kind of. A sewing needle. Sure.
More like a syringe.
Yeah, it's definitely
Oh!
it's more like a syringe, yeah, but it's silver.
That's fucking terrifying.
Yeah, more like a syringe. All right, so 2d8 fire damage, and then it has to make a save, but it's pointless because it's part of its body. All right.
Cool.
Ooh, 13
Love it.
fire damage. That is really good. 13 fire damage, and then that's heat metal. The creature is holding or wearing the object. Con save. Yep. That's a fail, so it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of Thalia's next turn. That's Thalia's turn, I imagine.
That was a great turn.
Yeah. Bringing us to the professor.
The suit is going to walk up to the person we are fighting with, and it's going to pull back its fist. And while it does that, the professor's going to be like, is this your friend? Oh, boom!
Okay.
And the suit is just going to lay a punch into it.
Okay. It doesn't make the typical sound of something hitting skin. It's more like a...
Okay. Oh, dear.
Good Lord.
27 to hit.
That hits. And the fist sticks for a little. Sticks, kind of. And then as the fist, like, pulls back, just strands of this, like, liquid skin get pulled with the fist. Kind of like... taffy. Just like...
You.
Anyways, how much damage?
That's a total of 17 damage.
How do you want to do this?
I don't know. How does the suit do it?
Alright.
Is this your friend?
Punches and... Yeah, it just pulls... A pull, when the fist pulls back, most of the flesh comes with.
Oof.
And then the rest of the body just hits the ground.
The orphans are not the most delicate fighters.
Right, when we get back to the house, I look forward to hearing more about the orphans. You've mentioned them a few times, but I don't think we've gotten into it, really. Let's get inside, shall we?
Well, at least you can handle yourselves.
What?
And you see another figure approach and hunch over the body.
Is that the same dude who was watching us?
This wasn't a trap, I promise. I just wanted to see if you were replacements too. I was watching.
Madeliene will turn to the person and smile and say, so are you going to introduce yourself? You're just going to stand there making quick remarks?
Sorry, apologies, yes. I'm Raphael Bernard Dupont. It is good to see some faces who haven't been replaced. The replacements don't attack their own, so... yeah, he kneels down, lifts some of the melting flesh up to his mask, smells it and tosses it to the side. No scent. And he's wearing a red frock coat with a black undershirt, white Edwardian-style necktie, a pair of long black pants, pointed boots, and has an elegant longsword at his side, swept back black hair, and has some bits of gray running through it, and as I said, a peacock kind of looking masquerade mask. You're definitely from here, he looks at Madeliene. They all stick out like sore thumbs.
Should I be concerned about this mess? As he holds up his gauntlet and it's got all that viscera on it and he's like shaking it around.
Yeah. You don't happen to be wondering what's going on, yes? With gestures down to the corpse.
Yes, actually. Listen, I'm trying to get this group inside because they stick out like nobody's business. Would you like to come have coffee at mine and then we can talk about it?
Your home probably isn't safe.
Shit. Right. Perhaps I can break in.
There's a safer place.
Is it
Plus, I have a contact you all should meet. They are also not a replacement, and they showed up here a couple weeks ago. Very similar to how you all did. Kind of out of the mist, so.
And how do we know you're not a replacement?
Pretty easily. They don't bleed. He takes out his sword and pricks his skin with it, and blood starts to like ooze down his arm. And he points to the body on the ground, and you don't see any blood, just liquid kind of skin,
Okay,
and hints of like metal under the skin.
So is it everyone here that's been replaced, or just a select few?
Unaware, but a lot of important people. Mostly the important people.
Shit. Are they still alive at least?
No idea. They went missing. The people started going missing one by one. They returned, but they returned acting a little different. For example, looks down at Madame Chardonnay. She was a terrible person, as I'm sure you're aware. When she returned, however, she was the friendliest person I've ever met. Very weird.
Yes, that's
and
quite
also,
awful.
There are things that are off with the people. They come back not looking the same in small ways. I can answer any questions you may have, but I do have a secret base of operations where my team and I have gathered to kind of deal with the investigation of what's going on. You definitely don't want to be replaced.
Certainly not.
Can the professor get closer to this body and kind of investigate? Because once you mentioned like metal and stuff, being a mechanical engineer, he's intrigues him, so he wants to take a closer look.
All right. As you're taking a closer look, Raphael goes, "Oh, are you a man of science, medicine?"
Oh yes, quite.
Oh, all right. I was actually going to take this body back to my base of operations. If you want to help me with the autopsy.
Gladly.
Excellent. And he leans down and just picks the body up and slings it over his shoulder, and the skin just like kind of drips down onto his outfit. All right.
My kingdom for new clothes.
I also have lots of clothes for your friends and masks if they need to blend in.
Oh, they do. And I look at the group in their ragtag outfits.
And Bernard in a big suit of armor. Or professor.
Yes, my suit.
All right, follow me. My base of operations isn't too far.
As we're walking, I just want to keep an eye out for people I recognize.
Okay.
And if I see anything weird or off.
All right. Well, Raphael turns on the spot, walks a couple feet, and points down to a sewer grate embedded into the street.
Oh.
So not enough time. Yeah, it's not a long walk. He's like, it's down here, well concealed. The wealthy people of this city, especially the replacements, would certainly refuse to come down into the sewers. They don't want to get their clothes all messy. And not to mention the city officials refuse to come down here too. And he lifts the grate up, revealing an iron ladder descending downwards about 10 feet. I'll come in last and lower the grate, just to make sure everything's fine.
Insight check
Go for it.
to make sure he's not being
go for
super weird.
Yeah, go for it.
No, that's a 7. That was garbage.
Seems pretty trustworthy.
Yeah. Madeliene looks disgusted, as one of the higher class might.
Yeah.
And just... all right then. Just want you to go home, take a bath, and she just mutters to herself as she climbs down, just like, ugh.
Okay.
The professor, are you sure that the type of attire that we need is in a sewer? And he's also going to insight check.
As in my I have a whole collection of things down there that have been helping aid the investigation. I don't want to wear the same outfit day in, day out, because the Duchess knows who I am, but yeah, insight check.
Okay. He's not very good at these, so I'm not expecting a whole lot, but here we go.
Yep.
Yeah, 10.
He seems to be honest.
All right. That's good enough for him.
All right.
Oh, Well, all right. Go down.
Okay.
Hit is looking at him and just kind of looks up at him and just like, well, how high is this dude? Tall. Fuck.
Yeah, he's about, I'd say 5'10", 5'11".
Okay, still looking up, just like, if this is a trap, you're gonna end up dead.
It's not a trap. Trust me. I mean, you don't have a reason to trust me, but it's not a trap.
She puts her pinky out towards him, just like, pinky promise?
What is a pinky promise?
You promise that it's not a trap.
I mean, it's just me down there. Aside from my associate, and my associate, I don't really know much about, to be honest. I've only known him for 2 weeks, but he puts out a pinky.
And then Hit starts to put, like, you know how, like, you would wrap it for a pinky promise?
Yeah.
But knowing that she has that prosthetic pinky,
Yeah.
she waits for him to do it and see if he pulls it off.
He doesn't understand what a pinky promise is, so he just kind of touches your pinky with his.
Okay.
Kind of like this.
She just kind of... touch tips. Okay.
Yeah, touch tips.
And then Hit just starts going down.
Okay.
Yeah. If you're done fiddling with your fingers, I believe we'd need to guide. It is quite dark.
Yes. The sewer is incredibly filthy with piles of detritus and filth festering all over the walls. Most of the sewer is flooded with a sugar pea colored water that appears slightly thick and sludge-like. There's a single walkway that appears incredibly maintained, and you can probably assume that he's the one who's doing it. But one single walkway appears maintained. The others seem to have been claimed by the sewer and filth. The smell is so strong it burns your nostrils. If Milton's in the armor, he doesn't smell anything. It's pungent, sweet, sour, and clings into your nose. The smell alone is enough to deter the socialites of the city, but the filth does too. Nobody really knows how much decay and rot is down here. Mainly because the city officials refuse to come down here and clean it. Thankfully, it's the perfect place for a hideout. He gestures towards the clean walkway and pulls a lantern off the wall and lights it, and then quickly closes the glass hatch on it. Oh, also, word of warning. Lots of flammable gases down here because of gestures. No open flames, otherwise we'll all have a very bad time. He heads to the front of the group and just keeps walking.
Follow with great disgust.
Okay. After walking about 20 minutes... Oh, go ahead.
Professor being most comfortable with Thalia since they hung out for a bit. What is your read on this one?
Good question.
Oh my god, that was amazing, Justin.
Natural 20 for 21. Seems trustworthy. I don't know what Thalia's voice is. It's that, isn't it? I don't know. Whatever. It's funny.
Oh boy.
It seems trustworthy.
All right. That's what I got too, but I'm not always in tune with the facial expressions of others.
It's okay, Grandpa.
Oh, fuck off.
After walking about 20 minutes, the flow of the sewer seems to come down to a trickle. The lantern light reveals a massive, solid blockage in the center of this flow section. The blockage appears to be a solidified object resembling a large boulder, but you can make out strange, oily deposits and dirty linen impacted inside of it. If you ever want to go and get some nightmare fuel, look up fatbergs. Gross.
No.
Ooh, yeah.
The oily deposit appears to be clusters of fat, thick, sludge-like grease, and soiled linens. It's harmless, just a blockage. Nobody comes down here, like I said. This is definitely part of that evidence. My hideout is just beyond it. That said, We're gonna have to touch it to squeeze by it. But you'll be fine. And he just presses up against it and just squeezes past it to get down the tunnel. This way, everyone.
I so regret using my Misty Step earlier.
Yep.
Oh, Lord. Just... disgusting.
It's wet, it's sludgy, it's gross. Does everybody squeeze by it?
Yeah, Pit just kind of shoulders, just like, oh, okay, like.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. Pushing past the blockage, you all come to a sturdy iron door that is slightly rusted on the hinges. Raphael raps on the door with his knuckles. An incredibly quick movement can be heard behind the door. Eliott, it's Raphael. You can unlock the door. I found some others who haven't been replaced. There's a sound of about 10 locks and bars being moved on the opposite side. Before the door swings open. Beyond the door is a large open room filled with opened crates, crowbars, and a handful of bedrolls spooled out onto the floor. In the center of the chamber is a large pool of sewer water that seems to have become stagnant and still, most likely due to the numerous pipes that have been filled with assorted junk in what appears to be an attempt to close off entrances into this chamber. Scattered across the damp floor of this chamber is a series of lit candles and a shabby-looking cabinet filled with dried food and bottles of wine. Beside this large pool of stagnant water is a barrel, which seems to have been fashioned into a makeshift table, with 2 rickety chairs on either side and what appears to be a map of the city splayed out on top of the barrel and pinned to it. Places on the map appear to have been crossed out. However, standing on the opposite side of the door is another individual, and the only other person you see aside from Raphael. So, Lex, would you like to describe what everybody sees?
Yeah. So would he have his mask or not?
Down here, Raphael doesn't wear his mask, so he's like in the process of taking his off.
All right. So you see what catches your attention first is that this individual the skin is a turquoise blue. The hair that sits atop the head is a dark, short, styled, unkempt green. The eyes are a brighter version of the skin, so like a bright turquoise, but they are framed in round spectacles. He has the kind of like the fancier attire. It's a tailcoat that is red velvet. It looks and feels soft. There is a cotton lining and a vest sewn in, and there are gold embroidery patterns sewn throughout. He has the complimentary trousers and a bit of a frilled shirt to kind of give him this the appearance that he belongs. Is hanging from his lip or from his mouth is an unlit rolled cigarette, and he appears human. He has the features of a human, but definitely appears about 25-ish, like mid-20s, and stands about 5'9". The outfit is tailored well to him. He looks not overly muscular, but not anything like a big brawny individual.
Eliott, how have things been?
Quiet. Very quiet.
Great! Everyone, this is Eliott. They've been here for 2 weeks helping me out. They kind of came here just like you all. Eliott, these are people. I don't know their names. Probably
Ellen
should have
Bell.
asked.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Come in. And he kind of sidesteps. His left hand goes behind his back, almost in like a, how the house servants would tuck their hands, like in a respectful manner. He kind of like gestures in.
Oh, Eliott, before you ask, points to the body on his shoulder. This is one of the replacements. Our new friends made quick work of them.
Well, we will have a thorough investigation then, I see.
Yes. He pulls some rickety tables together to make a longer table and places the body on top of it. Pulls his mask off, revealing a handsome face of a man in his early 40s, cleft chin covered in stubble and a square jawline. His eyes are olive green, and he has black hair that is swept back with streaks of gray running through the sides. Thankfully, none of us need masks down here. You three, he points to Pitt, Thalia, and the professor. You will for sure need an outfit and mask when you're out and about. There's a wardrobe over there. He gestures towards this cabinet of dried food and wine, and then beside it there's a wardrobe. Just out of curiosity, aside from Professor, I know you mentioned it. Eliott, I know you do any of you have experience with medicine, science, and possibly autopsies? I could use a hand. The more the merrier.
Well,
Really,
if
that's
you're
right.
asking if you were good around dead bodies, then yeah.
Okay. I'm looking more for people who are good with, like, cutting into skin and peeling back organs and...
Not so much. I
I've
tend
done
to
that
do
before.
the killing part. I don't fuss about
Alright,
afterwards.
you could watch.
Oh, yes, you might learn something.
I'd like to look through your notes if you don't mind. I'd like to see if you've perhaps flagged my family as someone who's been replaced.
Who's your family?
The Bells.
How important are they?
I mean, pretty important, I guess.
Then they've most likely been replaced, yes.
Do you not have a list somewhere?
Nope. We just have this map where we've crossed off places that we've investigated, and places we haven't.
I would like to look at the map and see if my house
Okay.
or area is on it.
Your area of the city has been crossed off.
Cool.
One of the only there are 3 places on the map that haven't been checked out. One is Alexandra Ducir's House of Wax, the Duchess's estate, which you can easily put together why that place hasn't been investigated, and then those 3 crooked houses in the forest north of town, north of the city. He's like, Eliott and I were actually going to go check out the Wax Museum tonight, so you're all invited to come if you'd like.
Sounds like a party.
Yes.
Wonderful.
And who knows? We didn't think about keeping notes. It's just me and Eliott. We just kind of talked amongst ourselves. If you wanted to take notes, that's wonderful. Professor, what'd you say your name was?
Milton Bradley.
Is that for real?
Yeah,
Excellent. Can you give me a hand for a second?
of course.
Cool. He reaches into his coat and produces a satchel filled with a variety of medical tools, mainly for body preparation and autopsies. Oh,
You know, it's not very often that I've participated in an autopsy. I have watched quite a few based on my
oh, excellent.
comrades.
I'm a mortician, so
Oh, so you are quite experienced. I would like to see how you do it here.
yeah. Before all this nonsense, I was a city's mortician, and it's kind of what tipped me off in the beginning. Aside from people acting strange, I've put enough makeup on corpses and reconstructed enough faces to know when something isn't right, and something isn't right.
Oh, good news then.
Um, yeah. Also, if you want clean clothes, looks at Madeliene. Feel free to look through the wardrobe as well.
Oh yes. And he'll tap his gem, and like all of the armor melts away, and he's just like an old man with the sleeping like a
Oh, dear.
nightgown and
Yeah.
sleeping outfit.
You're definitely not dressed for the occasion.
Oh, yes, this is quite right, but by now.
Let's get your outfit sorted first, actually. I feel like it could take some time. Madeliene, you said that's your name?
Yes,
Do you want a clean new outfit, or are you good with yours?
please.
Alright. Leads you all over to the wardrobe, unlocks it, opens it. Madeliene, what do you want? What kind of noble costume / mask do you want if you want something fresh?
Sure.
Whatever you want, you can have it.
Yeah, I mean, I would ask. So you're switching out your masks every day, not to be
Every day, same with my outfit. Because the
recognized.
Duchess knows who I am. So I'm trying to blend in. Yeah.
Oh, she probably knows who I am. Also, I'll just switch
True.
it out. It's fine. I will grab a, like a fox
Okay.
facade, with a, black kind of tailcoat and slacks, and tall boots
Yeah.
that aren't going to be quite so awful, and gloves.
Sure. Pit, what do you want your masquerade outfit to be?
Hit is looking for a mask that she's looking for something either like blue and green, like she wants one that almost looks like very stormy like,
Okay.
and like it's like around here, but it has like blue feathers going up this way and almost like green feathers going down this way.
Yeah, sure.
And she takes off her cloak that she was wearing, and she finds a green long sleeved coat,
Mm-hmm.
and she looks for slacks that are either just like she's trying to dress up, but it's
Mhm.
very weird for her, so she's trying to find the most dressed up dressed down thing in this wardrobe, but she was very happy about the mask going all out.
If Madeline spots Pitt kind of struggling, she'll start to like pick things for you and just kind of like, this one. Don't, that's not
okay,
so cuddly,
yeah.
darling. This one. Good.
Thanks, Madeline. I'm used to going for nice walks in the forest, not for masquerades.
We all have our specialities, and this happens to be one of mine.
I'll ask Rose next week what her outfit would be.
Extra as fuck.
Extra as fuck, most likely. Professor, what is the professor's masquerade outfit gonna look like?
Right. So he's going to wear some nice slacks, some like wingtip boots or wingtip shoes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just really simple but sharp.
Okay.
Vest with an ascot.
Nice.
But he wears like the overcoat over the top of it, like the suit coat, kind of like Bernie Sanders because of his posture and everything. So I don't know if you've seen how Bernie Sanders looks with it when he's wearing a coat, but it clearly isn't like doesn't fit him quite right. But you know he's of the mind that he kind of has to wear it.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what he looks like.
All right.
The ascot is like he tries to use the ascot as a means to add like some color to the mix since it's mostly blacks and whites.
All right. And sorry, what did you say the masquerade mask looks like?
He didn't pick one. Oh,
yeah.
Bad lad. What would you recommend?
She'll do a slow lap around the professor, taking in
Mhm.
all of the details and whatnot, and pick off a blue kind of like full down to here with a large beak and like rich blue and silver plumage with
Okay,
rhinestones and what have you.
The professor also, I imagine there's a comb nearby. He goes and
of course.
combs his hair to like kind of be a bit more in line to, because when everybody's only experienced him with his like freaking mad scientist like white haired poof that he's got going on, but he's trying to comb it down and like slick it down, so he'll
how messy is the hair?
It was quite messy, just like almost like he's been electrified too many times, but now he's like kind of just matting it down.
Okay, cool. All right.
He'll use like he'll lick his hands and everything to try and like get it if he can.
As you all get your outfits, well, those of you that need the outfits, get them. Raphael heads back to the body and says, all right, Eliott and Milton, if you'd like to help, that'd be great.
Of course. That would be Professor, it was. You're a man of knowledge.
Oh, yes, more specifically inclined towards the mechanical engineering, though recently dabbled in uh, uh, soul dynamics.
He kind of gives a long look at the professor,
Okay.
but doesn't say anything else to that.
While we're working, if any of you have questions for me, feel free to ask. And then
When did the first replacements appear?
a couple months ago.
And they started, I assume, at the top. Do we know who the first families were?
Not particularly. The first people that disappeared were people that wouldn't really make much of a stink kind of deal, which is weird. It was people from the poorer end of the city first, and then it seemed for the last couple weeks it's been the more notable people.
It seems to spread quickly. Any idea how they do it?
Not at all. Hopefully this is the first time Eliott and I have gotten our hands on a body. The first time we've gotten our hands on a body. So hopefully this will reveal more. The fact that there's no blood is strange.
She stabbed me. Would you like to take a look, just to make
She
sure it's not
She
festering?
stabbed you?
Yes, she had like a needle of some sort protruding.
He looks at looks around the body and you can see the needle still sticking out. He's like, gross. He looks at your wound. It's fine. It's just a puncture wound.
Good. We'll keep an eye on that.
Eliott will take a step back. Madeliene, is it? Come here. And he picks up a physician's medical bag and sets it on the table and opens it and begins to rummage through, and he grabs some a little small ointment. Where was it? And he opens
I'll
it.
unbutton and pull to the side.
Okay, and he'll apply a little bit of a medicinal rub there to just stave off infections and such. Don't know if you took any damage.
Yep.
Yes.
So yeah, with that you will heal. You will heal a little bit. What is it? 1d6. Yeah, +4.
Nice.
Oh. Beautiful.
Yeah, you heal 6.
Perfect. So that feels much better, thank you.
Caps it in, puts it back in, and closes it up. He'll make his way back.
So, Eliott and I have checked out every important place in the city aside from the House of Wax, the Duchess's estate, which we're working on, but we can't go there for another 4 days until the masquerade happens. Even then, we'd need invitations, which I'm sure you're aware of, Madeliene. Going to the Grand Masquerade without an invite is a death sentence. We could always forge invites. The other location is the 3 crooked houses outside of the city to the north, but something about those 3 grandmothers creeps me out.
Have I heard rumors about them at all prior?
History check.
Okay.
Because you're more of high society, so maybe not.
5.
5?
I am rolling like garbage tonight, y'all.
You're more high society, but you've heard.
Yeah.
Also, you've heard stories of people going to the 3 grandmothers for reasons, for things. But that's about all you know.
I pay people for that.
Yeah, you pay people to help you out. Yeah. He's like, and like I said, Eliott and I were going to go to the Wax Museum tonight, but any extra hands would be wonderful.
What do the grandmas look like?
Old women. Kind of like your professor here, but women.
Do they look scraggly, or do they look...
They look like old women in shawls and whatnot.
Just imagine me shaved.
Do they all live together?
Pardon me?
Do they all live together?
They each live in one of the crooked houses. They creep me out. Old people creep me out. No offense, Professor.
No, he's
Oh,
pretty
none
creepy.
taken.
That's
Aw.
fair.
That's sweet of you to say.
Anyways, so Eliott and the professor helping with the autopsy.
Yes.
Who wants to make the first medicine check? It'll be either Raphael, Professor, or Eliott, and it has advantage because there's help going on. So who wants to make the first one?
Eliott will allow the Raphael to make the first.
Okay, so Raphael will make the first one. Let me pull up his CR 30 stat block. No. Alright, medicine check with advantage. Oh, fuck yeah, dirty 20. So the three of you are kind of like peeling away layers of skin, liquidy skin, and the three of you learn that the flesh is mostly fake, but is made of wax and mixed with actual living flesh. Oh well, it's a good choice we decided to go investigate the wax museum tonight, isn't it, Eliott?
It is. Yes. It's a good find.
Is this indisputable proof that the one being replaced is likely dead?
I hope not. Let's
I
just
hope
say I
so.
hope not.
Out of curiosity, Raphael, have you lost people in this as well?
No, I live alone. The only other person I had was my father, and he died 15 years ago, so it's just been me.
No friends or acquaintances.
Nobody really wants to be friends with the mortician for some reason. It's just been me and
Yes.
Eliott for the last 2 weeks. But there's been acquaintances I've known and sort of cared about, but they've been I imagine they've been replaced.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I hope your family is fine. I hope the people who are being replaced aren't dead.
Me too. Me too.
Alright. Either Professor or Eliott gets to make the second medicine check with advantage.
Eliott will give the professor a look.
The professor's gonna look at this, and unless he sees something mechanical at any point, he's gonna kind of gesture to someone else.
Alright, Eliott, medicine check with advantage.
Great.
But
Oh,
he's
wow.
eyeing intently and keeping an eye out.
23.
23.
Nice.
Well, Raphael's kind of inspecting the flesh. You're more interested in the eyes. If Hamunep was here, it'd make sense, but you're more interested in the eyes. The eyes are 100% absolutely real. And then Raphael would kind of lean in and say, Madame Chardonnay doesn't have green eyes. She has blue. Those are green.
Eliott will take an old instrument that removes
Yeah.
eyes, a scooper.
Yeah, the
he's going
scoop
to take
thing,
it.
yeah.
And he's gonna
If
scoop.
Pitt sees that, it's fucking. She has nope so far
Okay.
out. Like, she, nope, fuck this shit, nope.
Oh, and just
Oh,
by the
that's a
way,
good idea.
Eliott has-
Pitt.
Oh no.
Is this like a fear-based response for Pitt?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Pitt's like, nope, fuck it.
I need a wisdom save.
And if that thing looked like a spoon,
Would this be more fear or stress for Pitt?
What is fear but not stress?
I would say probably. Probably fear.
Okay. Yeah, that's a wisdom save. DC 15. It's not gonna have
Nope.
any mechanical effects right
Nope.
now, but
Nope.
okay. Yeah, you run away and yeah,
Can I go hide in the closet?
in the wardrobe.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Nope.
Pitt just goes into the wardrobe. Eliott, yeah, you can easily scoop out one of the eyes. Or both.
Oh, he'll take them to both, and he'll
Okay.
set them
Okay.
next to the head.
All right.
He's trying to. I guess you could say he's trying to pick out the organic bits.
Sure.
And what would be considered organic. So the eyes being organic, that's a big.
The flesh
tell.
is. We'll say the flesh is about 75% fake. And then 25% actual flesh.
Is it like, when you say that, is it like appear that the wax has melded with the flesh to make it kind of like?
It's like a singular substance.
But
like where the wax is melting and flesh isn't.
It's like fusing.
Yeah.
I see what you mean. Okay, so
he'll
begin
find like
to
chunks of like actual not living flesh, but like the flesh. Actually, technically, the flesh isn't decaying or anything. So your immediate thought is, okay, it's been embalmed somehow and preserved, but it's still human flesh that's been mixed in with wax.
Yeah.
So
any pieces he's tossed into the organic pieces tossed to the side.
I may be missing something. My eyes are not what they used to be, but where's the vascular system?
Speaking of, Professor, you get to make the last medicine check with advantage.
Okay.
There's 3 total, so.
I don't know if I can do that on my touch screen. I'm trying to do it with advantage, but there it goes.
Okay.
Excellent.
Nice.
I just had to hold on it until. There we go. I clicked it. Okay, there it goes. I heard the sounds, but it's taking a while.
Boo, 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 boo.
Not good.
9.
9. Was that with advantage?
Yes.
Really?
7 and an 8. Yep, 7 and an 8. +1.
Are you proficient in medicine?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
I'm.
roll. Oh, I thought you were. Never mind. Roll investigation then.
Oh, okay.
Instead, yeah. I thought you were proficient in medicine.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
He just sat in on lectures out of morbid curiosity.
All right, so you had investigation then for you.
25.
Okay.
Nice.
While Eliott's dealing with the eyes and Raphael's kind of pulling out bits of skin from the wax, you're just peeling back the layers of the wax, looking for that vascular system.
Ooh.
But beneath the flesh is a metal skeleton. A skeleton, looks like a skeleton, just made of metal, in which actual working organs are housed where they would be. Also inside the metal skeleton is a strange empty glass box that is almost welded onto the skeleton itself and clearly protected by some sort of enchantments.
Ooh. Hold on one moment. Allow me to show you one of my newest inventions.
And he's going to do the boop, beep, boop, boop, boop. Do you detect magic?
Okay. It's magical, of course. The enchantments basically are, if this box is fiddled with, essentially a fireball will get blasted off on the center of the skeleton, and the detect magic reveals it's a 6th level fireball.
Ooh, this is known as the Nope Box.
But you also can, we'll say with this detect, and actually, you know what? Arcana check with advantage.
Okay.
Based on some things that could be going on.
$19.
This box is meant to house a humanoid soul.
Ooh, do you see this? Right here.
Yeah.
Soul dynamics. Lovely.
So you're telling me that my parents and sister might be in a little glass box?
3 little glass boxes, yes. Separately. Unless they found a way to fuse them together. That would be interesting.
That would be interesting.
This is quite peculiar, though. It seems as though, based on the descriptions of the person's personality, that it was an entirely different soul housed within this receptacle.
One hopes.
The needle, though, is strange. Oh,
Can
the needle,
Eliott...
actually, with that check that the professor did, it seems like the needle is the tool used to siphon out the soul.
Oh.
It's like they're like this needle and then it float like a tube.
It's more like
How
the
does it
needle,
work?
the silver needle,
Uh-huh.
it's like welded to, it's like part of the skeleton. And it
As
kind of
the
like connects to the box, yeah.
As the professor goes to investigate that, does his amulet react in any way?
Amulet?
Yeah, the one that houses the.
Oh! No.
Okay, so he's going to investigate that with incredibly morbid curiosity, since that is the only curiosity he has. And he is very intrigued by what was just posited.
Okay. Nothing has been deposited.
Oh, I meant like presented as information.
Oh.
He's looking at like the mechanical aspects as well as combining his knowledge of soul dynamics to figure out how exactly this thing works.
All right. Let me pull up something and I'll tell you, because you got a good check on that. Okay. Okay. It definitely seems like the purpose of this needle is to swap souls with the victim, stealing the victim's body while trapping the victim's soul in this frame. This entity, this replacement, will then imprison itself, basically swaps places with the person it stabs.
Okay, so it's not like it's not using the soul as an energy source. It's using it as like a CPU almost, something that would guide its processes.
Yeah, and also it seems like whatever entities are controlling these things want to be in real bodies and not fake ones. And the soul, once it's swapped, definitely looks like it's stored inside this box, this protected box that can't be accessed. Otherwise, bad things happen. And yeah, that's basically what you can discover. There's not a lot to figure out by this. You don't really know how it walks around, though, and how it powers itself, but
Oh, well, would you look at that?
And he would start, and he's just going to explain what his findings are to the group.
Okay.
So, just to be clear, these creatures, these wax automatons, stab people, swap their souls, and deposit them into their human bodies? In which case, what is this? Or was this trying to swap souls with the madam?
It stabbed you with a needle, so it might have been trying to get your soul.
Fascinating. It would explain why it spread so quickly. I mean, one wouldn't like to be once one is in the receptacle, they would want to switch to another party as soon as possible.
So then, where's the soul that was in this? Do they just dissipate upon death?
I don't know.
Or do I have a visitor?
You don't have a visitor.
Milton's just gonna get real close and sniff like like he can sniff souls, but he can't.
I don't know. This is very strange. All signs point to the House of Wax. You know, we found wax on the bodies. I mean, It's the only logical place
Worth
I
a
can
shot.
think of.
Yes.
Nighttime isn't anywhere close.
Well, we were just traipsing through a jungle, so I feel like we would appreciate a rest of some kind.
Feel free. There's bedrolls. Jester saw the bedrolls roll out on the floor. Yeah, unfortunately the city isn't safe right now. And Eliott and I have been... Eliott doesn't need to sleep, I don't think, right, Eliott? I don't remember. Do you sleep?
No, of course I sleep.
What don't you do then?
I don't eat. I don't need to eat or drink.
That's convenient.
Oh, I thought you just didn't like my cooking.
I tried to be polite, but
Oh. Alright, well, everyone feel free to sleep then.
Do you mind if I
Eliott does
investigate
not
this
need to
housing?
sleep, by the way.
Mhm.
He doesn't need to. He just lied about it. So,
Nice.
just for Justin's sake.
Pitt's still in the closet.
Okay. I think... Where's your friend?
He'll knock.
Pitt.
Eliott will knock on the door.
They're done
Door.
cutting bodies open, darling.
Is it out of the main room?
It's not a real body.
You were popping its eyes out.
Not real eyeballs.
It doesn't matter.
No,
That was a terrible... That was a terrible deception check.
If we dispose of the organic materials, would you be more comfortable?
If you threw a blanket on it or something,
Oh, I have tons of those. And,
I'm not done yet. I would like to investigate this housing further.
okay, Professor, you can go to, like, one of the secret little corners and just work there.
I'll come
Yeah.
help you in a moment, Professor.
Ah, yes, I must investigate how this thing actually moves. Hydraulics, maybe.
And he'll lift it up and start to like drag it off to a different space.
Okay.
Elliot's going to scoop the eyeballs and he's going to toss it in. He's going to toss all the organic material into the center
Okay, the pool. Okay, just...
Yeah.
The flesh just floats on the surface like scum.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well,
The eyeballs do too.
Uh,
The organs, if you take them out of the skeleton,
that's true.
they also float.
Oh, pack 'em in, pack 'em in.
Okay. Well, then he will gather up, try to gather up because he doesn't carry. So he will gather up some of the materials that he threw in, seeing that they float, not really thinking, and he will bring them with him with the professor.
Okay. Eventually, Pitt, you can safely leave the wardrobe and everything has been pulled away to some other corner where you can't see what's going on.
Madeline, but what is it with everybody and eyeballs? First Hamunep. Oh, Hamunep.
You know, I don't know. It's been a long couple of days, and at this point, the eyeballs are not the worst of it. But listen, you can always hide behind me. I know I'm not quite Hamunep stature, but we did survive that train together, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, yeah. Where's our little snake friend?
I presume you clipped it onto your belt.
Yeah, Pitt's the one that has it.
Yeah.
You know, Pitt's been through the ringer today, you know. You just see Pitt
Listen,
open the reliquary
Okay.
and they just start petting Ham.
Okay.
I'll take out the book and start reading.
Okay.
We'll grab a couple candles and set them
Okay.
around, and he will light the cigarette that he has. He'll like lift up the candle and light it. And
It's
he'll
so
take a
weird
drag.
that you smoke, but your character doesn't.
It's
Didn't Raphael
he's-
say we shouldn't light things?
Oh, in here it's
Protected.
safe, just not in the tunnels.
He'll offer the cigarette to the professor. It's essentially he's just taking a drag of it, holding it into his mouth, and exhaling it through his, but he'll offer it to the professor as they are inspecting.
He'll grab it. Oh, what type of flavor is this?
I don't know.
Blue cheese.
It's not from here, though. It's from.
I do like experimentation, but perhaps safe experimentation, and he'll hand it back.
Take it. No.
Okay.
He literally just has it like in the corner of his mouth. It's like halfway dangling, and like just. He's not really. He took the first drag just to get it started, but after that, it's more just.
Okay.
It's a metaphor.
Oh.
All right.
And he'll start going to work on the skull housing, and be like,
the skull.
So my
Okay.
dear boy, what does bring you to this?
So it is metal. The skeleton
place?
is metal. So.
Yeah, but he's like pulling and clearing away.
Okay. Sure. Athletics check, strength. Yeah, to see if you can.
Oh, he'll help. So
pry the skull open.
He'll give the professor advantage.
Okay, that's good because my strength is not what it used to be.
Because you are not.
Don't worry, y'all. We now have a character that has a plus modifier in their strength.
Yay!
Fucking.
Learned my lesson.
You said advantage.
Yeah.
That's the first roll.
Open.
Oops.
Oh,
it was a 19.
Okay. You pry the sort of faceplate off.
Yeah.
And the back of the skull is sitting there. And there is a brain in there that looks like it's all super, like... Most of this mechanical construct's workings look like it's all been directly plugged into the brain.
Ooh, fascinating. What were you saying, my boy?
I wasn't. You were talking. I figured you were mumbling. But you do your thing. I'm just here to assist.
Yes. What brings you here? What brought you here?
Paranoia from my friend.
Being vague, yes. I also have friends that are threatening in a sort of way that I prefer not to engage with at this time.
But luckily we aren't near them. You're not from here, are you?
Oh, good heavens, no.
Yes, I haven't come across many individuals as interested in knowledge around here.
I am from Ludendorff. Have you heard of it?
I imagine no.
No.
I apologize. I do not know of this place. I'm from Haslin.
Wonderful. What type of place is that?
Magic. Unrestrained magic.
That sounds unpredictable.
Oh, you could say the predictability was in that it was unpredictable, yes. You could always expect something going wrong or doing more than it needed to. That's what I've enjoyed about this place. It's predictable.
What experience do you have with what is your inclination towards the organic?
I am a protector, a caretaker, a
Could you hold
physician.
this, please? As he like scoops the brain up and
Okay.
Oh yeah, he'll with like it's weird because as the professor's grabbing it, it's almost like he's this role that he's taking, this helping role is very automatic, and he immediately his hands are already there as you go to say it. His hands are already kind of waiting. I have a number of capabilities. That was my, I guess you can call it a calling.
Yes.
Your suit was interesting. Did you make it yourself?
he's gonna pull out one of the little things that was plugged into the brain and just kind of like poke it into a different part of the brain.
Okay. The body sits upright.
Oh, would you look at that?
Okay.
What was that you asked?
Your suit. You created
Yes.
it yourself?
Bit of mechanical engineering, and well, it's a combination of mechanical engineering and the soul dynamics I mentioned earlier.
So you and my friend would have many long discussions, I'd assume. My friend was skilled in the creation of inorganic beings, and also dealt with the replacement or the placement, if you will, of souls within such designs.
Yes, souls quite finicky. I merely wanted to use this amulet as a power source, but they seem to want to take control quite often. Though gladly they seem to be more amicable.
You say they.
Why, yes, the door-to-door salesman that brought this unique item to my interests stated that this gem housed the souls of orphan children.
Pardon me?
It's a
Close the
figure
book.
of speech. I'm sure, Professor, right?
No, that is what they said, and I paid a fair price, and sure enough, it works.
Are you still messing about with the brain, like plugging things in and stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
It's just like flailing at this point.
Oh,
And
yes.
then the needle shoots out
Look
of the
at that.
arm. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Professor, as the needle shoots out like a projectile.
Okay. I am not in my suit, so that's a flat D20 roll.
Yeah.
Give me a second while the page loads.
The needle's about 2 feet long when it shoots out.
Oh, not too bad. He's in the zone, I guess. Rolled an 18.
Okay. Dong! And it just sinks into the stone wall behind you. Just thunk.
Oh.
Does another grow back?
Yes.
Um,
And the box starts to shake a little.
can Eliott go yank the needle from the wall?
Strength check. It's really in there.
Oh yeah, I mean projectile. That makes it. Oh, that's not great. That's a 10.
You can't get it out. It's just stuck in there.
Can he attempt to break it? Like, can he bring an elbow down on it to attempt to kind of like break it off?
Yeah, make an attack roll.
Okay.
To see if you can break solid metal.
It's true. true. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Unarmed strike. Oh, fuck off! Wow.
Oh.
It teetered on a fucking 18. That's a 9.
Misses. You hit it, but it just doesn't take any sort of. Yeah, it's like,
He's gonna grab. He's gonna look for some like wood, and he's going to cap it.
okay.
Like, almost like you would cork like a needle to
okay.
make sure that he's gonna essentially do that.
Okay.
Be cautious.
The body is still flailing around, and the box is like pulsing.
Yeah.
He's gonna.
The professor's gonna pull out the one he just put in that resulted in that reaction,
Mm-hmm.
and he's just gonna hold it there while Eliott does what they're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna essentially unplug. He's gonna unplug as many that makes it stop.
Okay. The body stops flailing, but the box starts. Boom, 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 boom. Like making an audible noise, and then.
My God.
Do you have rats in these walls?
No.
I need Eliott,
Fuck.
the professor, and Raphael to make dex saves.
Is this a magical effect?
It is. The box.
Oh, cool.
The box blows up. Yeah. So also the professor, I believe, also has advantage.
Yeah.
Oh God, that was almost really bad.
So Madeliene, Thalia, and Pitt, they're doing their own thing, and all you hear is a.
I'm
I
gonna
did
look
tell
over.
them not to, mess with that body, didn't I, Madeliene?
Eliott, what'd you get?
19.
19. You take 23 fire damage.
Oh
Oh
fuck!
my God.
Yeah. I said it was a 6. I said it was a 6-level fireball. Professor, what'd you get on your dex save?
Flat 15.
23 fire damage.
Oh.
Raphael. 13. Raphael fails. Raphael takes 47 fire damage.
Good lord.
Just. And there's nothing left of the skeleton. And the three of them are just standing there. Eliott and the professor kind of like dodge out of the way a little bit. They're just singed all over, and their outfits are all like burned.
my hair goes back to being.
Yeah. The masquerade outfit that the professor's wearing is burned a little in places, like little holes. Not like it's easy to fix. But Raphael is gonna have to get a new outfit. His is all just like burned away, and he's just like, oh.
You watch as let's see, where is it? God, learning new class features.
We all
For a
can
second.
sleep.
Yeah, he's going to close his eyes and he's going to spend 2 key points and heal himself up a little bit. It's not much.
Key
but
points.
5.
Monk.
Oh wait, I made rolls for these. How I did do that? And as you watch as like some of the. Was there any kind of laceration or any kind of
No.
cuts? It was just fire.
Just fire.
So yeah, he just looks like scorched blue. But he will, the blue kind of glows a bit, his eyes flare a bit, his hand presses to his own chest, and you watch as he kind of like some of the scorch marks go away.
Madeliene will come over and look at the 3 of you and just start brushing shoulders off with the dust and cast prestidigitation on everyone.
Okay, I'd say the prestidigitation can like fix the minor rips and tears in that outfit. So Milton and Eliott's clothes are fine, but Raphael, since he failed, he just walks over to the wardrobe and pulls out a new outfit.
What does it smell like in here now?
Ozone, like the smell of burning wires and like electrical components that are burning. That's what it smells like.
but it doesn't smell like it doesn't smell like burning flesh from the 3 idiots.
No, because all the flesh was peeled away, so it smells like burning ozone. Like,
so when that explosion happened, though, it did bring Professor to 0 because he wasn't wearing his armor.
Death saving throw.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Everyone sees the Professor just.
He right when it happened, he's just like, "Ooh, fascinating."
I would not cast prestidigitation on the Professor if he was down.
Oh, let me just fix you up.
I will say,
get back
as
up.
he watches, as Madeliene approaches and does the prestidigitation, Professor collapses. Eliott turns,
Well, let's
and
see
that
what the death
energy.
saving throw is first.
11.
Okay.
Oh.
Cool.
Oh, because he could get a natural 20. That's right.
Yeah.
The energy on his hand kind of coalesces a bit, and this bluish energy, and he is just going to deliver a quick jab to the Professor's sternum, like
Nice.
and he's going to do a hand of healing.
Okay.
So the Professor will heal
Party's got a healer.
5
Thank
5 hit
goodness.
points.
Okay. Professor, you come to consciousness.
Elliott's going to help him up slowly.
Oh, well, wasn't that interesting?
That's a word. Perhaps you should sit down, away from the remains.
Well, that's
I'm not done
destroyed
yet.
now. It's all gone, Professor.
He goes to look at the brain.
it's
It's just
completely
like,
gone.
Oh, I seem to have broken it.
They learned something, though. I assume.
They explode.
Yeah. So try not to blow them up when you're in proximity. Just when they're in proximity to each other.
Yes.
Would he have found out like what the exact trigger might be for the explosion to occur?
Would have been messing with all
Fucking
the
around
wires
and
in
finding
the brain.
out.
Yeah.
Okay. So like essentially like avoid the head.
Yeah, and also don't touch the box.
Ah, yes. So, avoid this here,
And he points at the box.
but also.
Well,
you
the box
see,
is also gone.
follow-
The box is also destroyed.
Well, the receptacle that you saw earlier, that was in this location.
And he looks at there's like nothing to compare
Yeah,
it
there's
to because
nothing
it's just a
left.
mess.
But also, there were connectors from there leading up to the brain. So avoid any contact with the brain. Could result in an explosion.
Yes, I think a little rest before we get started. And
Go to the wax museum. House of Wax.
Indeed.
I think we need to go as late as possible as well.
I also agree.
Madeliene, you said you lived here.
Well, not. Yes, my family is not too far from here. One hopes.
I know it is dangerous, Raphael, but maybe for motivational sake, maybe we should at least see.
Sort of passed by the house on the way to the House of Wax.
Would
I
be
am,
appreciated.
I am not known within these parts, so maybe if I could approach the house, a simple passerby.
My family is particularly secretive at the best of times, and well, I have
Well, if they're being
ways of-
replaced, then they won't be so secretive, right?
Potentially, but they would also, if they haven't, not talk to. I have ways of being unrecognizable. Don't worry, and I'll look at the group for a moment, and then look at Pitt particularly, and say, so I wasn't entirely honest earlier. And her hair will turn like a platinum blonde, and start to grow outside of the braids long. Her skin will kind of pale very much, and her eyes go like a pale green. Um, uh, my family, we have talents, deceptive talents, you might say. Um, we try to fit in with the community here, and they will recognize me no matter what the outfit is, you might say, rather than. But the people in the city will not, that we are friends with. You understand?
Okay.
Besides, I can be very persuasive when I need to be.
Do you want to
Excellent.
eat? I could try to make you all something simple, nothing elegant.
I think after our journeys in the jungle and feeding off of plants and fish and other such things, we would be much appreciative of anything that is not that.
Yeah, Elliott's gonna make a small meal for the group.
Okay.
Eliott,
Yes.
do you by chance have anything that's not meat?
Well, we have some fruit, vegetables, breads. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all the food we have in the wine cabinet is all our food we have, and it's all dried foods anyway. So
Luckily, I'm not depleting this. We might need to consider restocking some for you, Thalia. And he'll begin to. He's gonna get a piece of board, and he's gonna essentially make like a charcuterie board.
Okay.
of things. He's gonna like cut open some of the bread and put some of like the dried nuts and stuff in it. But yeah, he's essentially making a charcuterie board
Okay.
for the group. And he'll grab he'll grab 2 bottles of wine, and he'll bring it. I imagine Raphael needs fresh water too, so imagine we have like a barrel of fresh water. Yeah, he'll scoop a decanter of that and bring it over.
Yeah, the professor is going to pull out a little utensil and start to mend the clothing that in order to kind of return it back to its more pristine state.
All right.
Professor, could you do that for me as well?
And
Oh, yes, of course. Madeliene?
and he kind of squints because he wasn't paying attention at all.
Yes, is. I believe I mentioned that I have some particular skill in hiding myself that you might be interested in, my people, you might say. This is one of them.
That is a different way to say it, yes. Your voice sounds different.
Is that better?
Well, which one is yours? Both?
It's hard to say, really. I've been living like this, well, you know what I mean, for most of my life. So they're both mine, I suppose. All of the personas I've ever taken on are mine. They're just different parts, perhaps.
And you hear a mutter under his breath, compartmentalization, yes.
And when he looks back up towards you, you see the lids of his eyes narrow slightly, and then immediately return, and then he looks away.
Mm-hmm. I hope it won't be a problem. My particular talents.
I'm just a person.
You're outnumbered then, my dear.
Right. Well, let's eat, rest up, and then head out when people are less likely to come across us in the street.
So, what's on the charcuterie board?
Guess what you would find in rations? So like dried fruits.
Dried fruits, dried meats, bread, nuts.
Yeah.
But like, is it just the food, or are there utensils laid out?
Just the food.
It's like a charcuterie board.
Yeah,
you
like a
just
charcuterie board.
Grab
yeah.
and go. But he would have separated things out, so he would have put so that it's not like, you know.
It would have just been very careful to take the nuts and the fruits and the bread, just very carefully eating.
I'm sorry, but what does everyone else think of this? And he gestures towards Madeliene. I don't have a problem with it, but we have spent quite a bit of time with you, and
Yeah, like 2 days.
You are completely different.
Well, I mean, I can be whatever you prefer. And the hair will then turn like bright red.
Okay.
With kind of darker freckled skin, with a large white birthmark down the neck, and then shift again into dark black hair and greenish skin, with turquoise eyes that match Eliott. Really, I mean, you just didn't ask, I suppose.
The professor, like, blushes a little, as much as the him of his person can blush, but then looks towards Pitt, knowing that Pitt knew them longer than himself, and just kind of looks at Pitt.
Pitt just kind of shrugs their shoulders towards you and is just having a couple bites of nuts. They're just kind of like, it is what it is. They kind of can't question it at this point in an underground sewer.
If
All
it makes
right.
Are you weary of your companion, Professor?
Well, not anymore.
And he like grabs one of the little bit of the things on offer, like a berry and a nut, and just kind of tosses them up and like catches them in the mouth, moves them around in his mouth like he doesn't have teeth, but he does.
Gumming them.
A couple of them, but yeah.
Pitt would take out their little snake ham from the reliquary, and holding their breath, just kind of grabs a little piece of cured meat from the table and just offers it to the snake to nom on.
Professor, if it makes you feel any better,
No,
and
no.
I'll drop all of the different shifts and go just like, she goes pure white, like white eyes, white hair, white skin. It's a racial thing. It's not magic. It's nothing like that. It's just what we do. What my family does. I was born this way, like this.
Food just rolls out of the professor's mouth.
Eliott retrieves his mortar and pestle and starts gathering up some fruit or some nuts and some fruits and a little water and starts grinding them down
Okay.
into like a paste. And he kind of takes a piece of bread and wipes it, and he tears a few bits and he sets it in front of the professor. So now it is like just all he has to do is put it in his mouth and let it melt. See him struggle.
You know, it is good that we are not in Ludendorff. My colleagues would want to dissect you right away.
That's not ideal.
Is this
Perhaps-
something that you can do? You could take on any form.
I will change into Eliott. Yes, it is.
Kind of tilts his head a bit.
Can you look like Hamunep?
I do the thing. You get the snake eyes and everything down to the tan skin and the hair.
It just kind of like smiles a little bit.
You may not want to do the same with me. I have a back problem.
Thankfully, I don't inherit those things when I shift. It's mostly a physical thing, a vocal thing as well. I can change that up as much as I need to, but it's just mimicry. And I'll just revert back to the blonde that
Okay.
I'd done prior.
Very impressed look on the professor's face.
All right. How many hours did Madeliene spend reading the book? Like, how many hours do you want to spend reading the book?
So if we're doing a long rest, capital L, capital R, like 2 hours probably.
Okay. You do have a long time, like, down here before, like, nightfall and everything. It's the morning.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I'll read as much as I can because it's not like we're doing anything else.
All right. I'll say you can do 10 hours.
Excellent.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eliott's going to, during this, Eliott would approach the professor. The professor has shown that he is weary with age a bit, though he is sprightly and, you know, he's there mentally. There's a bit of Eliott that feels compelled to offer as much help as he can. And, Professor,
Spit it out.
you said you had an issue with your back.
Oh, yes. Well, I have what seems to be a couple extra vertebrae. They haven't ever sitten quite right.
I am a physician by training. Do you want me to offer as much help as I can to you?
Oh, well, you might learn some things you wish you hadn't.
And he'll hold out his arms to be examined.
Yeah, essentially, Eliott wants to do. He's going to be very much like a doctor, but also like a physical therapist. So he's
Okay.
like checking the professors. Also, a note: Eliott has the only time that he has gloves on. The only time that his hand has ever been out was when he healed himself and whenever he healed the professor. But the gloves would come back on. So he is going to take time to examine he's going to take like part of this downtime to give the professor like a physical, but in the sense of like checking simple functions of like the, you know, if there's any kind of onset arthritis or anything like that. He's trying to check mobility, and he would offer to kind of act like a physical therapist where he would like crack the neck, crack the back. He is a trained physician. It's part of his whole thing.
Get electrocuted when he touches him at all?
Oh God, yeah. He'd
Yeah.
touch him.
Like, is that something that's like bare skin, or is that just any time that you get touched?
It's bare skin. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
And I
wouldn't
guess
touch bare
it does
skin
happen. It
unless
does
it's-
happen through his armor since there's like a connection there. But
Oh, that's valid, yeah. Oh God.
but I don't know,
guess-
Justin. How would you rule that?
Yeah, it would still happen.
Okay, even through his coat.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna heal the professor then. Shit, yeah. But I mean, he'll try, and if he gets kind of fucked up by the professor, he's not going to try again
Okay.
from that.
All right. Well, everyone gets the benefits of a long rest.
Oh, cool.
So, if everybody else needs their 8 hours and Pit just needs their 4,
Mm-hmm.
after those 4 hours, they would have been awake, and they would have been doing this as quietly as possible, not waking anybody up.
Yeah.
They would have taken their prosthetic eye out,
Okay.
and they would have made sure, like, to clean that out since they're in the sewer and they don't want sewer stank in
Yeah,
the back
for
of
sure.
their eye socket. And then just popping it back in, looking
Okay.
like a reflection of water, trying to make sure it's like nice and
Okay.
good and clean. And then they would have sat down, started taking their prosthetic leg off, and
Mhm.
cleaning out any gunk in the joints there.
Okay.
As you
And then making
take your
sure the
leg
new-
off, you're going to hear it. Eliott's leaning up against the wall, watching this all go down. just
Because
leaning.
I thought you needed sleep, Eliott.
It put Raphael's mind at ease, but to think that I am as close to his kind as possible. But no, I do not require sleep or food or breath, really.
And you just see Pit kind of just like go straight face, and they take the rest of their leg off, and they're just like, "You tell Soul about this." And like very like straight face, and they're just like standing up on their one leg, and you can see there's like tiny inscriptions all over it. They're just like, come closer, Eliott.
Approach.
Just like quietly.
snap Elliott's neck.
He'll lean in.
Do you see these?
Does he recognize these runes?
No, it just, as you look closer, you can
Oh,
see
it's an
their
inscription, sorry, yeah.
names.
Yeah.
There are well over 1,000 names on this limb.
Ah.
And if you do not want to become the next one, you are going to keep quiet about what you saw here.
Is that a threat, Pit?
No, it's a promise. Can I please try to intimidate him?
Yeah, go
Yeah,
for
go
it.
ahead.
Intimidation check.
Please. Oh! Natural 20 for 24.
Nice. I mean, yeah, he kind of moves back a bit, but there's a understanding in his look. He doesn't have pupils, or he doesn't have an iris or pupils or anything like that. It's just solid turquoise. He nods. You and your group are full of secrets. It seems so, one day you may be willing to share, like your friend Madeliene did. But until that point, yes, my lips are sealed to your predicament.
You could call it a predicament, or... And you just see Pit, like, snap the leg back on. Just roll their pat leg back down. Some will say... badge of honor at this point, or I guess dishonor. In my domain. I'm very, 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 nervous. I'm very good at that. But back home, it's very much a disadvantage. Or, not disadvantage. I can be very persuasive, Eliott.
Noted.
You just see Pit smile.
He'll return back to his post. He does he stands, but there is a bedroll there. And as the others begin to stir, Eliott would slip into the bedroll.
Okay.
As if he was sleeping.
Okay. Yeah, you all wake up, benefits of a long rest, but it's nighttime.
Eliott will begin to gather the others gently.
Oh. Hello, Eliott.
Good evening. And he'll go and rouse the others awake.
Okay.
To think I was hoping for an actual bed tonight instead of this.
Do you still
well.
sleep well, Madeliene?
As well as what can on the floor on the mat.
Did
When
you
you
sleep
see
well,
my-
Eliott?
Like a rock. Is the expression, right?
I slept good too, if anybody wants to know.
I figured you did, Eliott. Raphael.
Yes, we all heard you snoring. Thank you.
I snore?
Well,
Lightly.
Oh.
Doesn't really disturb
I didn't
many
sleep good.
people.
This place sucks. Stinks.
Something different's not wrong. All right. Maybe we could travel through the tunnels to get closer.
Yeah.
yes.
All right. You all move through tunnels, move through past the Fatberg again, the solidified mass of grease and oil and linens.
I immediately pressed digitation it off.
Okay.
Please share. Please share.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay.
Everybody.
You're led to a different sewer entrance that pops up in like the noble area of the city. You all can climb up. And yeah.
Eliott has his medical bag with him, and he opens it and he dons a full face mask. But where the mouth is, it comes out almost like a beak. It's purple, red, purple, and cream, like a mosaic pattern on one half, and a gold leaf overlay with on the other half. It's like musical notes, or music note sheets, and there's like gold lace braiding that's kind of like outlining it. It's very ostentatious, but it kind of matches the tailcoat that he wears.
Okay. Madeliene, might as well lead us to your home.
This way. And I do the thing.
Okay. Doesn't take long. But after a few minutes, you all come to a house, and much like the other houses on this block, this manor is a grand old building with tall leaded windows, shallow balconies off of almost every single room. And then peeking through the windows, you can see intricate lamps that hang from iron hooks. And a set of rounded double doors that look like the front doors.
Home sweet home.
The doors swing open,
Oh dear.
and you see a half-orc woman looking around that quickly changes into an elf woman, quickly changes into a dwarf woman, quickly changes into a gnome woman, goes, "Aha! Wonderful weather we're having!" and then back into the building.
Shit. Well, that is not reassuring.
I assume that none of those are aliases I've ever seen.
Correct.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Shit.
A couple minutes later, the doors swing open again. Human woman, elf woman. One you recognize, and you recognize it's a visage that one of your parents would take, your mother specifically, and then back into a different form and goes, "Wonderful weather we're having," and then back into the building. And every 2 minutes or so, that same thing happens.
My mother would never wish anyone wonderful weather. God. All right. Well, perhaps Wax Museum, and then tomorrow I will try to figure out what the fuck is happening inside and how they were taken. Yeah.
Right. This way, I guess. Yep. And then as you're walking down the street, you can hear the same thing again. And as you're walking past the house, does the house have like a huge kind of like backyard that would be used for like
Garden parties and
Yeah.
such. Yeah.
Okay. There is a party going on, and there's people in the yard, but they're all just standing still and not doing anything. All silent, just straight faced. And as you all like walk by the property, all the people in the garden just go. All their heads just turn slowly. And they all smile, tilt their heads, and then go back to their silent party.
Oh boy.
And you can, and as you're like walking by, you can kind of hear like mechanisms moving, like gears, like when they turn and look.
Would I mean, I would probably know how to break into my own house.
Of course
right?
you do.
Like, yeah. I was a teenager once.
Yeah.
All right. I'm just gonna, as we're passing by, just take a keen look at the building so that when we come back later, I can
Okay.
break in more
Yeah.
efficiently.
Yeah, and as soon as you like get past the house, that's when all the heads like turn back and they go back to
Yep.
their silent party, all like silent smiling and not moving. Very much like, yeah, and you can, like I said, you can, when they turn their heads, unlike the one you fought, everyone in this kind of party environment, you can hear, like I said, like gears moving when they look around, like, and then once in a while, like one of the gears will stick and their head will like jerk a couple seconds and then go back to normal. But
I
eventually,
very much hope that they are captured somewhere. Very
yes.
much.
Surprise the Dark Lord. Hell, the Dark Lord could even be involved, but yeah. This sucks.
The places we haven't checked, so it's a possibility.
Yup. After walking for about an hour and a half, you all arrive in the southern portion of the city. This area of the city has more darker, painted buildings with black shingled rooftops, and you eventually come across a large 2-story rectangular building with an angular black roof. The front steps of the building ascend upwards to a set of dark oak double doors set with painted glass. The painted glass is filled with designs of beautiful people in masquerade attire. Rising up the front steps are a series of white stone support pillars, and a painted sign hangs on the awning over the front steps which reads, Alexandra Dusir's House of Wax. Well, here we are. Does anybody have a way to break in through the front doors?
Would I know how to break in elsewhere?
Do you have thieves' tools?
That's a great question, actually. Check.
Does anybody have thieves' tools?
I believe the professor does. I'm gonna double check.
I'm kind of surprised that I don't, actually.
Oh, man.
Yes, the professor does have thieves' tools.
Alright. Yeah, so
Oh.
we could barge
One-
in, or we could pick the lock, but...
One moment. And he's going to change his Tinker's tools
Oh, right,
into
yep.
thieves' tools with an action.
Yep. That's one of my favorite things artificers can do.
Fucking mint, Garrett.
It's so cool. Alright, Yeah, you can change your tools, and Raphael's kind of like looking at the lock. It's not a It's not. It doesn't look super intricate. He kind of gets out of the way for the professor, who comes up the steps.
Now, this is not my particular point of interest, but so if anyone else has some inclinations, they are welcome to do so. Show of hands.
I could certainly try.
I can.
What inclinations? To break in?
Well, if you have used a set of these tools before or something like them,
Most of the places Eliott
that
and I
would
have,
help me.
most of the places Eliott and I have broken into aren't locked. Maybe this one isn't
so-
either.
All right. So he'll kind of, I guess, inspect the door to see if there's anything going on with it, and then
Investigation check.
okay. $18.
It's locked, and that's about it.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
All right, sleight of hand check using thieves' tools proficiency.
Yeah. So that is just +2 to whatever this roll is. 12.
12 doesn't unlock.
My hands are more shaky than. Yes. It's
Would
my
you
age.
like me to try?
I could try as well.
Me too. If all else fails.
They'll hold them up for whoever has the initiative on to grab them.
I have a +5 to sleight of hand.
I do too.
Yeah.
By all means.
Okay, Eliott.
Yeah.
You're new. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
Are you proficient with thieves' tools? Oh, you are. Cool. Okay. So sleight of hand with your proficiency bonus. If you're proficient in sleight of hand, then you're good to go.
And it is with my proficiency bonus, you said, right?
Yeah, unless you're proficient in sleight of hand, then you don't need to actually do that.
Oh, then so I could just roll the sleight of hand
Yeah.
check then. Okay.
Yep.
Ooh, let's not fuck this up. Okay. 15.
15. You unlock it.
Takes the tools and he offers them back to the professor.
Thank you.
And he'll transition them back to Smith's tools or
Okay.
Tinker's tools. And Tinker's tools.
I think there's a limit on how many times you can do that. I could be wrong.
I'll check. I think it's just an action, but I can double check that.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Eliott will quietly ease the door open and slip in.
I know you can create tools.
I'll follow behind Eliott.
Okay. All right. Dark oak floors that are extremely well polished stretch forward towards a winding spiral staircase up to the second floor. A sign and locked gate has been built into the first step of the stairs. The sign says, "No guests allowed. Private residence upstairs." All along the dark oak paneled walls are Renaissance-style oil paintings of noble people in masks, and beautiful vine growth grows all along the walls of where vibrant red roses grow from. None of the people in the paintings look familiar. Which, I mean, they wouldn't look familiar to anybody here anyway, but none of them look familiar even to Madeliene. Hanging from the ceiling is an ornate black diamond chandelier. About 30 feet down the corridor are two wide open doorways on the left and right walls with plaques above each reading "Showroom." Nestled on the wall directly beneath the spiraling staircase is another door which has a plaque across it which reads "Workshop, Employees Only." Beside the door is a marble bust of a portly human man with a large curled mustache, pointed goatee, and combed over hair. Madeliene would recognize the bust of Alexander Dussier, the owner of the Wax Museum. Or House of Wax. So that is what you all see. All the lights are on.
Just
Should
wanna
we see if
listen.
anyone's home?
Okay. Perception checks.
Hmm.
To anybody who wants to
10.
take a listen.
Oh, fuck.
Eliott!
7.
You don't hear anything. You hear the creaking of the professor's joints.
Hyperware at this point.
Madeliene, what'd you get?
10.
You don't hear anything. Pitt, did you make one?
10.
You don't hear anything. Professor,
Sorry, I was muted. 20.
20. You don't hear anything either. Nobody hears anything.
Quietest
silence.
hallway you've been in all night.
Just silence, but all the lights are on.
Okay, let's see if he's in his quarters. I move quickly, I can just go listen so we're not all trudging up.
So you're going to the
He's gonna
staircase?
remove his shoes and set them at the front of the door.
Okay.
And he is going to quietly make his way.
Stealth check.
While he goes off, the professor's going to lean over to Madeliene.
Is this a... Are we in danger right now? Should I mean, do I need to present with my outfit and this ridiculous mask?
It's hard to say if the creatures are spawning here. Then yes, we are in quite a bit of danger. But it will be less conspicuous if we are spotted with the mask on. So
Ah,
there is value in either.
Right. I'll just keep him not wearing the armor.
All right. Eliott, what'd you get for your
Amulet.
stealth check?
24.
24. You sneak over to the gate that leads up to the second floor, and the gate is locked.
Shit.
You can definitely tell it's like it's here so guests whenever they just don't wander upstairs.
Wandering.
Yeah.
Okay, he'll make his way back to the group.
Okay.
Professor, could you make those tools again?
oh, never got rid of them.
He's going to hand them over.
He'll make his way back quietly.
All right.
Try
I
to-
think this is the right tool for the job. Yeah.
Yeah, it says that it would require an hour.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
So,
To create them, but we'll say you were told that you might be breaking into a place, so
yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just say I have them for now.
Yeah,
and
it
then
takes
just
an hour to
yeah.
change the tools. Yeah,
Yeah. So, yeah. I'll just hand them over.
and they vanish when you use the feature again. So once you use the feature again, they disappear.
Nice.
All right, so you're given the tools again.
Mm-hmm. And he is attempting to
Pick the lock on the gate.
pick the lock on the gate.
Sleight of hand, thieves' tools. Yay!
Okay. Oh god. Oh, fuck off. 8.
Nope.
Pitt's gonna kind of quietly tiptoe.
Stealth check.
How does a unnatural 20 sound?
Great, you sneak over.
Sneak over to Eliott, just kind of whispers in their ear. What? You got performance anxiety? Come on, let's do this.
This one's different.
And Pitt is trying to offer the help action.
You call that help? All right, advantage. The DC has increased though because you failed.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I don't think that's. Oh, that's a 19.
19. Pick it.
He'll turn and smile. Thank you. He'll pocket them. Wait with the others. I'll be very quick. And he's going to gingerly open the gate,
Okay. It opens.
and he's gonna make his way
Okay.
quietly up the stairs.
As you make your way quietly up the stairs, we're gonna take a quick break. So We'll be back in a few minutes.
Huzzah.
So, break time.
Woo!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. So, Jacinta had to leave, but we're going to continue. So, Eliott, inside the House of Wax, you've picked the lock to the gate leading up to the second floor.
That's the... Just to be sure, that's headed to the private quarters, right?
Private residence, yeah.
The workshop is the other way.
Yep.
Okay.
The workshop is the door underneath the staircase.
Okay. So there's another. So it's like the staircase. Okay.
Yeah, and then you have
got it.
the open rooms to the side, which is the showroom. And as you're standing by the stairs, you can kind of look into the showroom and you see a bunch of wax figures posed.
Can he hold there for a second to see if any shift their...
None of them move.
Okay, yeah. He was looking more for like that same movement that came
they're
from...
all just like frozen in like various scenes, like a dinner scene and like all this other stuff.
And are they all donned in the same kind of attire that...
Yeah, masquerade like outfits.
Mask as well?
Yeah.
Okay. So that is a big staple here. Okay, got it. Okay, he'll make his way quietly up the stairs, giving the group a look back, but he's headed up.
Anybody following old Eliott?
Pit's gonna follow him.
Okay. I'll say Madeliene follows as well, and so does Thalia.
Oh,
so does Raphael, actually.
Oh, all right.
And the professor will as well.
Okay. Rising up the stairs, you come to a second floor landing, which is decorated with a lush purple carpet. The walls are decorated with garish red and pink wallpaper, with the same rose vines snaking all down the walls, with red roses growing. There isn't much to the second floor. There's a door on the left wall, one on the right wall, and a door at the end of the corridor.
Wait, there's a door on the left wall, right door, and then a corridor.
Yep. Left, right, and then a door at the end of the corridor.
Can he check? He's going to tell Pitt to check the left door. He's going to go for the right. You go left, I'll check right. He's going to quietly lean and listen in.
Okay. You don't hear anything.
Okay.
It goes to the other door.
You don't hear anything behind that door either.
Is there a keyhole on it?
There is.
Pitt would go down to the keyhole and try to look through it.
You can't see through it. Looks like something's blocking the keyhole.
Ooh.
Like something's been shoved into the lock.
Like from this side or the other side?
The other side.
Ooh. Pitt just turns toward Eliott and just motions him like over.
Okay, he uses over.
Just Pitt just like points towards the lock and just like motioning for you to look at it.
He'll look into it.
Okay, you can see something's blocking it from the other side.
Can he use the thieves' tools to kind of like try to feel what it is, or
you hear a
he's gonna back out.
Okay, you pull it back out and it's just caked in wax.
Okay, he'll wipe it clean. Okay, and let's go, and he'll move down to the end of the corridor.
Okay.
Now that Eliott has cleared the lockout, can Pitt see anything?
No.
Okay.
Still impacted with wax.
Okay. It's gonna follow him.
Okay, so you're all going to the corridor at the end of the hall now, or the door at the end of the corridor now?
Yes.
Okay.
Once everybody's... He'll check back at everybody. He'll kind of lean forward and listen in.
Don't hear anything.
Behind the door. Okay, he's going to test the door.
It opens.
He'll catch it.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll gingerly push it open.
Okay. Behind this door is a well taken care of and immaculate kitchen, aside from a terrible stench. A variety of pots and pans hang from the ceiling, as well as a collection of dried herbs and severely rotting game birds. Where the stench is coming from. A wood-burning stove is sat on the northern wall of the room, and a large crate full of wood sits a few feet to the left of the stove. There's another door on the western wall of this room with the words "Icebox" painted across it.
Eliott's going to gather up the dried herbs,
Okay.
and he is going to find a clean bit of cloth material,
Okay. Easily done.
wrap them up, and he's going to put them into his bag.
Okay.
He did say he wants to gather up things to help make a meal, so
Yep.
yeah, he'll kind of put that into his bag.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything in here?
Pit, seeing that it's the kitchen, freezes.
Okay.
And with their hood,
Mm-hmm.
because, like, I'm assuming we all have our masquerade masks on.
Sure, if you want to, yeah.
They're just closing their, like, they just kind of, they pull it over their eyes.
Okay.
And they go wherever, like, they listen for the sound of Eliott, and they just grab onto Eliott's cloak, and they do not want to look
Okay.
in this room.
All right. Is the professor doing anything?
No, he's staying back because he's still not sure if the plan is to pretend to be
Okay.
like to blend in or to fight. So he's still in his wardrobe
Okay, cool.
with not wearing any armor.
All right. Eliott, what are you doing? Anything else?
Yeah, he's
There's
gonna
just
make
a-
his.
Yeah, there's a door painted icebox.
Yeah, he's gonna make his way to the icebox and listen.
Doesn't sound like anything.
Can he test it?
The door isn't locked.
He'll kind of he'll reach his hand back and gingerly make Pit release. I would step back to the others. Wait with the professor. And he is going to wait until Pit, if they move off,
Mm-hmm.
and open the door.
Pit's gonna just, like, back up, shuffling.
Okay. This small room is severely cold. A cool mist rises up from the floor, and you can see a variety of meat hooks on the ceiling, where what look like humanoid bodies, a whole humanoid's body worth of skin hangs from each hook. These skin suits are complete with hair and other features.
Can he is going to he's going to from his sleeve he whips his hand out, and the hammer that he has hidden away is going to slide out, and he's going to set it so that it'll act like a door stopper,
Mhm.
just in case, because we know how freezers get. He'll put it between the door and he's going to make his way in. He wants to inspect the skin. Is it similar to
Medicine check.
Okay. 14.
It is exactly similar. 75% wax, 25% actual human flesh.
Okay. That's what he thought. Anything else of note
Nope.
here? Okay. Make his way out, grab his hammer, slip it back in to his sleeve, and he will close the door.
Okay.
Actually, he's going to leave it open. He's going to open
Okay.
it fully,
Okay.
and he is going to tell the others to let's go.
Eliott,
Mm-hmm.
what was in there?
The wrappings for the skeleton and the bodies. I figured as much, or something close to that.
You can just feel Pit legitimately, like internal panic, just like.
Yeah, that's why I had a feeling. As the others leave, he's gonna go to the door with the wax.
All right.
blocking it.
So you all back into the corridor and head to the door with the wax?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
He will test the door.
It's not locked.
He will try it.
It opens.
Just quietly.
Okay. The bedroom is set with an exquisite hardwood floor and beautiful green wallpaper. Hanging from the walls are a series of wax faces resembling a variety of humans. In the center of the room is a massive four-poster queen-sized bed with fur-lined sheets. At the end of the bed is a large wooden chest that is padlocked. On the ceiling is an ornate chandelier set with glimmering emeralds, and on the eastern wall is a doorway that leads into a connecting bathroom. And it's nighttime and there's nobody in bed.
Is there any kind of like desk or anything like
No,
that?
not in here.
Okay. I want to check that fucking chest.
Then check the chest.
Yeah, he'll quietly make his way. He's gonna look the chest over, make sure that there's no hidden.
Okay.
If it's trapped, potentially like if the lock
Investigation
is...
check.
Okay. Ooh, oh, that's not great. An 8.
The safest chest you've ever
The chest
seen.
you've seen all day.
Yep. He will feel confident, and he will begin to attempt
Okay.
to pick the padlock.
All right, sleight of hand.
Please
Pit
don't-
would
Oh my god.
stroll over to the bathroom.
14.
14. You pick it.
Okay.
Pit, you stroll over to the bathroom. The connected bathroom is dominated by a massive golden clawfoot bathtub. The walls of the bathroom are black tiles with gold trim. A cabinet hangs on the western wall where a variety of expensive-looking perfumes rest, and beneath the cabinet is a golden sink.
Is there anybody in the bathtub?
Money in the bathtub?
No, anybody.
Oh, there's nobody in the bathtub. It's empty.
Okay, we're cool. Anything underneath the sink?
Nope.
Okay. Cool beans. Then Pit will go back up to
All right.
Ellie and the gang.
Eliott and the gang. The chest is now unlocked.
We'll gingerly open the box,
All right.
the chest.
In the chest are 2,000 gold pieces, stamped with the face of a decrepit old man in his mid-70s. Madeliene and Raphael both in unison say that the visage of the coin belongs to that of Lord Governor Marcel Guignol, the man who handles the government and laws around the city, but that the Dark Lord, the Duchess, is a much larger threat and powerhouse in the city. He just serves as like the face, the government face.
Right.
And also in the chest is a red rose in immaculate condition. So 2,000 gold
Okay.
pieces. If you split it up amongst the party, each person gets 400 gold.
I don't know how we're gonna split it. Fuck.
And then, yeah, there's the immaculate red rose.
He does want to make purchases though. He's gonna pick up the red rose.
Okay, as you pick it up,
Ooh.
it is wreathed in flame as a harmless visual effect. While holding the rose, you feel like you're resistant to fire.
Okay.
But yeah, the rose is just wreathed in flame. Just
This would have been great before. Shit. He's gonna hand the rose back, just toward someone in the group.
all right. The next
Whoever's-
person behind you will say is the professor because the only other player here. Aside from Pitt.
Oh,
So,
quite interesting.
so professor, as you grab onto the rose, it also is, the rose is wreathed in fire.
Wonderful.
Yeah, the professor, or not the professor, sorry. Eliott will begin to take a few handfuls of gold and start shoveling it into his
Alright.
satchel.
All right. Everybody gets 400 gold pieces.
Cool.
Raphael doesn't take any money because just doesn't want it. But everybody gets 400 gold pieces. And Thalia has yet to share the money from Valachan, so that's funny.
Eliott will open a cigarette case.
Yep.
It's in a hidden pocket. He'll open it. He'll pluck a cigarette from it, and he'll place it in the chest, and he'll close it and padlock it back.
Okay.
It just raises an eyebrow at that gesture. But just like, okay.
And once the gold is distributed out, he will begin. He will make that. He's going to check that other door. He wants to see.
Yeah, there's nothing else of interest in this room.
Okay. He'll go
Nothing
to the
under
other
the
door.
bed?
Nothing under the bed. Okay, the other door?
Mm-hmm.
It's also unlocked.
He'll open it slowly.
Okay. Taxidermy animal heads hang off the walls of this small, quaint office. A large, double-paned window sits behind a massive wooden desk covered in a variety of feathered quills. There's a piece of folded parchment on the desk covered in elegant writing. Beneath the taxidermy heads on the walls are a series of stuffed bookcases.
Professor.
Yes.
He'll step in and he'll gesture to the bookcases as he makes his way to the desk.
Oh. I'll go have a look.
Okay. The bookcases have books, no real books of importance, mostly just medical textbooks, etc.
Garbage. Garbage.
Imagine just a little old man who's like, open it, look at it, tosses it. Shit.
Yeah.
Utter shit.
Yeah.
All right.
He's going to pick up the parchment and
Okay.
he'll read it.
Okay. Alexander Dussir. I am writing to inform you that you can expect an invitation to the esteemed Grand Masquerade in 2 days' time. Wear your finest garments and ensure your ensemble is immaculate. Signed, Duchess Cedra Donaire.
Is there any... Dohonair. Oh. Is there
I got
any...
really hungry.
Is there any invitation or anything
Nope.
else? It's just that
It
folded
says
parchment.
you'll be delivered an invitation in 2 days' time.
Okay.
And it's dated today's date.
Okay, so it was like just so he was
Yeah.
here potentially, maybe. Okay. Can he check the drawers of the desk? Is there anything?
Complete,
are there any drawers?
Nothing of interest, just personal letters, bills,
Okay.
all just like
Nothing-
weird personal letters.
yeah.
Not like anything like ooh. It's just personal letters of like, just like letters of like communication with people, but
Yeah.
nothing really important about them. Just how are you doing today? Blah blah blah. And then bills for like rent
Yeah.
and taxes. Nothing really important.
At least he kept up with the shit. He'll put the parchment back,
Okay.
and seeing the professor is not satisfied with the books, he'll kind of usher them out.
Garbage.
All right. Okay.
But there's nothing else of interest on the second floor.
Let's move down quietly.
Okay. Stealth checks, everybody, down the stairs. $15 for Thalia. Pitt rolled a 6. Madeliene 16. Raphael 18. Eliott,
Dirty 20.
and then Professor.
The professor was not wearing his armor, so it was not at disadvantage, so 16.
Alright, you all make up for Pitt's 6 or whatever. And you get back to the
Pit
bottom.
like stepped weird and like in her so they randomly heard a weird squeak and they don't
Okay.
know why.
Okay. You all get to the bottom of the stairs. And you're back in that main entry corridor with the showrooms on either side and the door that says workshop employees only.
He's gonna check the. He'll turn to the group. All right. What do we? He wasn't upstairs. Maybe he's working downstairs. If this is the case, he's. The freezer was filled with the skin that was the same as the skin that we found. This is also whispering.
Mm-hmm.
The skin that we found encasing that madam. So I'm assuming that this individual is part of the issue.
So
Or at
are
least-
we preparing for a beatdown?
Probably.
Let's. Yes.
Just to be
I think we
safe.
are. Yeah. Eliott's gonna take off the mask, and he's gonna put it in his physician case, and then he's gonna pull out a glasses holder and open it, and he's gonna put his. It's the fun glasses that have like the little hooks on the back of the ears that they for sure stay
Nice.
on. So he
Nice.
like hooks them back and he adjusts them a bit, but they're like or circular spectacles.
Raphael draws a longsword. That like really immaculate, ornate looking one draws a longsword, and then he draws a short sword with his other hand. Spins him
And
in his
Eliott.
hands, and it's like, all right.
He's removing
just-
the gloves as well and
Okay.
putting them into the.
Gently closes that gate that goes upstairs close, so no
Okay.
one knows they were upstairs if they just happen to walk by.
Okay.
And Pitt just casts mage armor.
Okay.
The professor's transformation is not quiet, and he hasn't done it yet, but he's kind of waiting for a moment when he could. Because it's just shards of metal locking into place,
Mm-hmm.
is what it sounds like.
Thalia
So-
will rapier in one hand, dagger in the other.
He'll look to the professor. Why don't you stick to the back for a bit, and if it goes upside down, your armor can come quickly, or is it how long of a process is that too?
Oh, about 6 seconds.
Okay, so you stay between. Raphael, do you want to watch the back? Professor, you stay between, right in front of Raphael.
Yes.
He's gonna check the door to the workshop.
It is locked.
Okay. He will get down and attempt to pick the lock.
All right. Yep.
Sleight of
Peacefulness.
hand.
Yep. Sleight of hand, whatever. Yeah.
Okay. Oh fuck! Yeah, I'm rolling worse and worse with these. That's a 9.
9. There's a loud clicking noise, like as the bust head turns, and it expels this spray of gas. I need everybody but Eliott to make a con save.
What type of
It is
Oh,
not.
never
It
mind.
is not magical.
con save?
Yep, and it's not magical. Just this gas expels out of the statue.
22.
9 for Thalia. 12 for Madeliene. 13 for yeah. What'd the professor get?
Professor just breathes it all in, nat 1.
Oof.
Okay. Let me look at your character sheet real quick, actually. Oh, nothing happened. Professor, you breathe it all in. You don't feel any ill effects.
That shit yummy.
Pitt, what'd you get?
22.
Okay. Everyone who breathes it in, the professor doesn't really notice anything of it. It just is tasteless. But Thalia, Madeliene, and Raphael all fall unconscious. Just they all.
Oh my.
And then you can hear something like a mechanism in the lock resetting, and the bust's head turns back to normal.
Are they dead?
He'll check the pulse.
It's
to see
still
if they have
there,
a
but
pulse.
it's like they're sleeping.
They're alive, and he's gonna grab by under the arm of one. He's essentially gonna drag them away from the door,
Okay.
and he'll tell Pitt to come.
And yeah, like no, like with dragging them, they don't wake up.
Yeah, he's going to tell Pitt to try to wake them, and he's going to go back to the door.
Mm-hmm.
Professor, do you want to try your hand at this?
Pitt, you try waking them. They don't wake up.
Well, if
Even with a good smack?
Even with a good smack, they don't wake up.
Could I, just going around looking at them?
Stab them? Yeah, for sure. No, what?
Could I try to do a medicinal investigation just to see?
Are you proficient in medicine?
No.
Then no.
Okay. Pitt just tries to white gloves them for a little bit.
Yeah, they don't wake up.
And just goes over back to Eliott and the professor, going, I think they might be sleeping for a little while.
Well, yes, if you see, my tools are a little different. Sorry, Pete. You would want to use this piece here instead of there.
And he's gonna try to give him advantage on his next
Okay.
one.
So, sleight of hand check again.
But then he's gonna like look over.
What were you saying, Pete?
They're not waking up.
I guess he'll go over and like give one of them a smack.
They don't wake up. Just
Roll a 22.
22. You hear a clicking sound like one of how many tumblers are in this log have been picked,
multiple.
but the door is still locked.
Fuck. Okay.
Pitt's gonna, as Milton Bradley trying to fucking rock'em sock'em robot those bitches over there.
Mhm.
Pitt's gonna just put their hand on Eliott's back and is just, you got one. Let's just keep going. We can't go back now.
All right, another one with advantage.
Boo. Oh my god, it keeps doing that. 13.
13.
With advantage?
Yeah, it literally was on 17 and it
Okay,
skidded
with
in.
13. You hear the second tumbler
Ooh.
go.
Okay.
Door's still locked.
Okay.
You have advantage on the next one too, because Pitt's still giving you the help action.
Yep. Oh, yay! That's a natural 20 for a 25.
Okay. All the locks have been picked, or all like the stages of the lock have been picked, and the door is no longer locked. Your friends, however, still very much unconscious.
Okay, he'll open the door, but he'll listen before,
Okay.
like as he opens it, he'll listen. Take a listen.
A set of wooden stairs descend downwards and take a turn to the left, and you can hear the faint sound of a phonograph playing.
How about
Creepy violin music.
Oh. He'll undo the hammer again, and he'll slide it so that the door doesn't fully close. Doesn't know if the door's on any kind of
Okay.
mechanism. And he'll make his way to the Professor 3.
Okay.
And he'll get down, and he is going to attempt to ascertain what type of gas was released.
Medicine check.
I've been slapping them up and down the place, and
They're like
doesn't seem to
bruised
work.
and
Discoloration.
They're just he's not like doing any. It's all surface level,
Yeah.
like actual smacks. No, so it's just like red handprints.
yeah.
18.
18. They seem to be in some sort of deep sleep.
He's gonna pinch Raphael.
Doesn't wake up.
I don't want to harm them.
You just see Pitt take out a dagger from their bag and just on the tip of Raphael's finger, just kind of like pricks it.
Okay, draws blood, but he doesn't wake up.
I hope he doesn't mind that.
Oh, I don't want to. Fuck. I'm at a loss.
Do you think his office would have any notes on the gas?
I doubt it.
You already looked through the office, and there wasn't anything about it up there.
Nothing. Jeez. I don't want to risk this. It's not going to work. Fuck.
You know, I could check my databases, see if there's anything going on with them. And he takes out a little metal probe and holds it against one of their skins and starts ritually casting identify.
Cool.
While
All right.
looking through a thing.
All right.
Thanks.
So they're affected by some sort of potent sleeping gas. It lasts anywhere between 1 to 6 hours. While the creature is rendered unconscious by this gas, they cannot be woken up by being shaken, taking damage, etc. They can only wake up when the time has elapsed, or by having lesser restoration cast on them, or being administered the antidote.
I ain't got that spell.
I got an antidote.
So wait for the time to run out, lesser restoration, or the antidote.
What else is on this main floor?
The showroom.
Can Eliott make his way to the bust?
Yeah, it's right beside the door.
He wants to inspect it to try to see if he can find where the gas would be stored.
Okay, investigation check, since you're going to be having to moving around to look at this, if you fail, you will set it off.
You got something there, my boy, and he'll head over there to assist.
Okay, yeah. So just so you said,
Since he's also interested.
Yep, with figuring this out, if like I said, if you do fail, it will set the trap off again. So investigation check.
It's backing up.
The two people that it went really.
How far back do you back up, Pitt? The cloud looked like it was like a 30-foot radius cloud, so you'd have to go
get
back
about
pretty
40
far.
feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
The bodies will definitely be caught in the blast, but they're already affected by the smoke anyway. So, all right, investigation check.
19.
19. You can gingerly open the mouth where the gas came out of, and there are two. So in here there are two nozzles. The gas came out of the top one, but there's one on the bottom as well. And they seem to go into the bust. And there's the statue is also then it's the whole lower kind of portion of the statue, the plinth, we'll say. There are nozzles, but based on how you can look at the statue, you can't tell the most and then basically looking around the statue, it just seems like the nozzles go deeper into the statue. So not
potentially not even the stuff is stored.
Yeah, and maybe
in the base.
And so you don't really know 100%, but you can assume everything that is built on the trap here is inside the statue, but is also connected to the door somehow.
Okay.
It could be in the walls, the floorboards. It's a lot of noise to be digging up floorboards and walls.
Yeah.
But it seems like everything comes out of the bust.
But there are two nozzles.
Two nozzles and what'd you get for your investigation check?
19.
Okay. The portion of floor you're standing on feels a little different too.
Oh god.
Like about a 20 by 20 foot area of floor feels different around the statue, the bust.
Can he take a little bit of linen and try to wipe the interior of the bottom nozzle?
Okay, yeah.
And he's gonna offer it back to the professor because he doesn't really have a sense of,
Okay.
you know.
Well, you don't need to hand it back. As you like wipe the bottom nozzle, there's like the telltale kind of like stains of like singe marks, like black char marks, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Yes, we have a noxious gas, and a fire trap. The floor is precarious. I was going to attempt to extract some of the gas and try my hand at creating a antidote, but I don't know how long that can take. He is going to open up his satchel and dig around a bit, and there's going to be like slight clinking of some things. He's going to pull out one of the vials and uncork it, and he is going to attempt to push the cork into the fire one.
Okay.
To kind of like try to stop it
you
up.
can do that, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, this would be another sleight of hand check to see if you can technically disarm the trap, and if that fails, then that one will get set off.
Fuck. Okay. Oh no.
Does anybody back up while he's doing this?
Seeing
Pick
It's
goes
a dirty
farther.
20. It's a dirty 20.
Okay, never mind. You boom, cork it.
Before anybody could really react, he's already did it.
Cork.
Yeah, sorry guys.
It's corked.
He's gonna look at the professor and you step off first.
oh my, yes. And he's going to cast False Life on himself.
Okay. All right.
Giving himself 7 hit points, 7 temporary hit points.
Okay. What's Eliott doing?
Eliott is going to make sure that the others are, or that the professor is backed away enough.
Yeah, the unconscious bodies are 30 feet back. Pit's 40
You
feet
see the
back.
professor. You see the professor pull out some type of box and just give it a quick sniff.
Oh, not some snuff.
And
I love that.
backs out. Yeah.
Okay, Eliott's going to shift his weight, and he is going to run and leap to try to get away from any kind of, if the pressure, I don't know if it's like a floor pressure plate or anything like that, but he's going to try to get out
Nothing
of that as quick
happens.
as possible.
You get a sense whatever that weird bit of floor is, it's activated through the bust.
Got it. Oh, I got it. I get what you mean. Okay.
I wish that one would have went off, but it's fine.
I don't.
That one was fun. That was my favorite one.
He's going to. Can he, knowing kind of like the locking mechanism, or can he try to lock the front door?
Yeah.
With the thieves'
It's got one of
tools?
the front door's got one of those locks that you can just like
Oh.
turn. Yeah, so you can run back to the front
Cool.
door and lock it.
So the showroom is the one that we just unlocked.
No, the showroom doesn't
No.
have any doors. It's an open
That's
room.
the workshop.
You've
door
opened
is
the
one
workshop door that
we-
that's underneath the staircase. The showrooms are to the side of this area we all currently are, and the showrooms are full of wax figures.
We're trying to go downstairs where the
The workshop is.
My brain's just trying to brain.
the
Yeah.
phonogram. Is that what you said? It was?
Phonograph.
Phonograph. Yeah.
It's like a music device that plays music on
Yeah.
wax cylinders.
Oh wow, fitting.
Yeah. It's a house of wax.
Pits.
Can he's gonna open the door more, and he's gonna gather up the other bodies so that at the top of the stairs.
All the unconscious people.
Yeah.
Just-
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he doesn't want them to slide down. He wants to
No.
position them to
Yeet.
where
Go down the
they're gonna
stairs.
wake up
You go down
with
first.
some back issues. But he wants to position them where they will be at the top of the stairs for now.
Okay. All right.
Because waiting that long is.
Yeah, 1 to 6 hours.
I mean, we could wait that long. We could wait here, or we can gather up in the room and engage if he approaches or comes back. I don't know.
The door that we just opened, the
Yes.
staircase. Is it one of those spirally staircases?
No, it's just
going
it's
down?
just a wooden staircase that goes down, touches the wall, and then goes down the rest of the way. Like hits
That's
the
like
wall and then turns to the right.
With their dark vision,
Yeah.
120 feet.
Yep.
I can easily see where it turns the corner, right? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
The stair descends descends about 10 feet and then turns to the left rather. So yeah, you can just everybody can easily see.
Okay.
Plus,
that's
like
what
I said,
I'm trying to.
as I said, all the lights are still on too, so dark vision
Oh, okay.
isn't really necessary.
Pitt's gonna look at Eliott and just because I got a new cat trip with
Ooh.
message. They're just gonna look at them and just you hear the message in your mind of I'll go. Oh frick! How many?
5.
Message is
25 words or less.
that's sending. I don't know if message
That's
is the
sending.
same.
Oh, it is. That's right.
I don't think there's a limit on message, to be honest.
It's just 120 feet. Okay,
Yeah.
and they're just. I'll go ahead a little bit, and if I get into trouble, I'll message you right back. And just you can reply,
Show.
or I'll.
Yeah, well, he'll let the professor know. Professor, come in. We'll close the door behind us.
All right.
So you're all cramming at the top of the staircase with the door closed?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. With all the
Pitt's
bodies
gonna,
as well. The unconscious people. Okay.
Pitt's gonna quietly start going down the staircase.
Stealth check.
Cowboy Bebop music plays, even though
The
I've
music
never seen that
that is
shit.
playing on the phonograph, though, it sounds like creepy violin music, and it's actually pretty loud. So you can do a stealth check with advantage, and you can also hear the sounds of occasional humming as you start to make your way down the stairs.
I don't like that. How's a 17 sound?
You hope you're hidden.
I hope I hit him. Okay.
So you descend the stairs.
Okay.
You can hear the music playing, like creepy violin, and then someone going, and at the bottom of the stairs is a small workshop. The floor is gray cobblestone, and the walls are a smooth gray brick. All along the walls are various glass cabinets containing a series of chemicals. In the center of the chamber are 2 stone tables. The first table contains the figure of a portly human man with a curled red mustache and a pointed goatee, the exact same visage of the bust upstairs. The figure is nude, and a small tray has been pulled up beside the figure where a series of tools rest, and a large glass jar that is partially filled with wax. The second table contains what appears to be a skeleton, but made entirely of metal, with real organs in the skeleton and a pair of real eyes. A circular 12-inch wide drain sits into the floor of this room. A door on the northern wall sits slightly ajar, and that's the wall that has all the cabinets on it, and that is from behind that door is where you can hear the violin music being played on a phonograph. So it's kind of like this weird like scratchy noise as the needle kind of goes across the wax cylinder, and the sounds of occasional humming.
Using message.
Mm-hmm.
She's just like standing still at this moment, just Eliott, there's a new dude on a table and one of those skeleton metal thingies here, and there's a humming coming from a different door. Do you want me to go further?
No, we'll, 1 second. Contact me in a minute. he'll turn to the professor. And he'll relay what Pitt told him.
Naked man on a table, and music and singing.
Humming and the. What do you think, Professor? Should we wait, or should we try to engage just us three?
What do we hope to gain?
We're at least going to potentially be stopping these creations, and maybe we can subdue this individual that's doing this and try to gather more information.
Well, I have not seen how you fare in battle.
Would you like to?
Are you inclined to do such a thing?
I have martial capabilities, yes.
Does it, do we know if it's just one person?
Give me one moment. And you'll wait the remainder of time before that minute is up.
Okay.
They're still humming. They haven't stopped with
Shit,
the
that reminds me,
violin.
actually.
They're pretty good, not gonna lie, except for the creepiness every now and then. If I scream, then come running, okay?
How many? Is there just one? How many are there?
It just sounds like one person singing.
That just sounds like one person, and then just that new dude on the table.
Alright,
Yeah,
Professor,
he's just hanging it all out.
if there's just one individual that is humming along, that seems to be the creator. So it'll just be 1 on 3. I think our odds are in our favor, and if not, then these 3 can I don't know.
Eliott, do you want me to see if he's just chatty first?
How? 1 second. Give me another minute. Professor Pitua wishes to try to engage this individual. I don't know of their capabilities. Do you have any insight that you can provide me? It's muted.
Good heavens, no. We either fight or we talk.
Okay, so
I do not think that talking is likely, but we don't know how long our friends will be down.
alright, well, let's once we get to the landing there, I would suggest you suit up.
All right, yes.
He'll wait another minute.
Okay.
Am I just gonna go and talk to them, Eliott?
No, we're going to go all in, so wait for us, we're headed down. And he'll begin to make his way down the stairs quietly with the professor.
Still check. And this is with advantage because of the music. It's pretty loud.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I'm so glad. It's a 19 for me.
You get to the bottom of the stairs, and Pitt's still standing at the base of the stairs. Is the professor also sneaking down the stairs? Are they suiting up? What's going on with the professor?
He's sneaking for now.
Okay, so stealth
still.
check with advantage.
15.
Okay, you get to the bottom of the
Nice.
stairs.
All right.
You all can see the nude guy on the table, the metal skeleton with organs and eyeballs inside of it. The door on the northern wall is ajar. There are cabinets lining the northern wall filled with chemicals.
I guess the professor will just hold an action for when the door opens
Okay.
to suit up.
Sure.
Can Eliott? The nude guy is on a table, correct?
Yep.
Or some kind of operating table.
Yep.
He is going to, with a quick speed, he's going to run across the room and slide so that
That'll be another stealth check.
Yeah, and he's going to try to hide underneath the table there.
Okay, that's another stealth check with. I'll save you because this is you're running and then you're making a lot of noise. This is just a straight roll.
Okay. Another 19.
All right, you under the table.
And he'll look back at Pitt.
What do you see? Is it better vantage point? What's going on, Eliott?
I want to surprise him.
And this is with the message.
I want to surprise him, so.
So from your angle, Eliott, you can actually see into the room.
Oh shit! Okay. What do I?
Okay. Okay. It's empty, aside from a metal stand where a phonograph sits with a wax cylinder set into it. The phonograph itself is gold and built into a deck of deep dark red wood. On the northern wall is a map of the city, where the Duchess's city has been, or the Duchess's estate has been circled with red ink. And standing in front of the phonograph, just staring at it, not doing anything, is the dude who's on the table, but fully clothed.
He'll reel it. There's, I'm guessing, a replacement for, and he'll point up as he says there's a replacement for. I think we need to engage, so I think you and the professor need to make noise. I'll stay quiet, and once he comes to, I will engage as well.
The professor's going to give a glance to the body on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like an actual body or a replacement body?
The body on, like the flesh body on the table?
Yeah.
You could get up close and do a medicine check.
Sure. Hopefully he'll take into account his lessons from earlier in the day.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, if you get up close to it, this one's different. This one is an actual corpse.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like
Well,
wax.
that
Like when you're
enough.
playing with the other body, the wax kind of glides off. This body, no, this is actual flesh.
Okay.
Eliott sees the professor approach, but he's staying low and quiet. Is there another table?
Yeah, there's the one beside this one, 10 feet away, that has the metal skeleton on it.
Can he do a roll, and
Yeah.
roll over to the
So
underneath the
that'll
other
be,
table?
Since you're rolling, that's another that's another flat stealth check.
It's a 15.
15. You roll and get to the next table.
Okay, and it'll be underneath it.
Okay. This skeleton, as you roll under, or as you're like looking at it, this one does not have one of the metal boxes in it.
It does not, but it has all the
Organs
organ
and everything
bits.
else. Just the box hasn't. This one just doesn't have the box yet.
Shall I go into the with
Yeah.
with message?
Yeah.
Fuck. I keep wanting to say sending, but it's not sending.
I get it.
Do you want me
Sending
to
a
go in there
message.
and cause a scene?
Tell the professor to suit up. That should be enough of a scene, and then you.
Yeah.
And just to the professor, just Pit gives a thumbs up, and with
What?
message, just
What?
time to transform,
Alright.
Professor.
Wow,
What now?
Still isn't. I'm rolling perception checks so it isn't hearing it.
What now?
He just does it.
Okay, the music stops. The humming stops because the suiting up is loud.
Yeah. I love that. I love that so much.
So, the music stops. As the music stops, what do you all do? You don't have time to plan. Eliott, you're hiding under a table. Pitt, you're still by the base of the stairs. Hubert, you're standing by the table that has this fleshy body on it. Or not Hubert, Professor.
How far am I away from the opening where this guy is?
15 feet.
I will hold a fairy fire spell for when
Sure. Cool.
he shows up.
Eliott, are you staying hidden? Not doing anything else? Just
He is, but he's gonna from a hidden compartment. He is going to pull forth what essentially looks like. It's so funny that you brought in needles because I had this idea. It's gonna be thick,
fun.
like syringe needles.
Okay.
It's essentially just flavored darts, but they are thick,
Ooh, I love it.
long
That's so cool.
needles.
That's
Like
cool.
Nice.
thicker acupuncture needles, essentially. And he's going to kind of pull a couple of those out at the ready as he's watching, but he's keeping.
All right.
He's not showing
All right.
himself.
Pitt, you don't have much time
Pitt-
to do anything. What are you doing?
Pitt's in the, because like they're backed up by where the stairs are.
Yeah, you're like right
Pitt-
against the base of the stairs.
Pitt is well, it's not super dark or anything.
You have
but
enough time
they're
for where you are. You have enough time, Pitt, for 5 feet of movement. Just so
there's
you know.
no, I can't hide or anything.
You can step
but-
5 feet up the stairs and get out of line of sight.
I would like to do that.
Okay.
And they're holding shocking grasp. Wait, no, that's stupid. Ignore that. They're holding firebolt
Firebolt.
if they see them.
Okay. The music stops. The ajar door opens more. And stepping out is the owner of the House of Wax, the guy who's on the table as well. Which is Alexander Dussir, but that's strange because his body is lying on the table. He seems to catch sight and just freezes. You're not supposed to be down here, he says. And then
And like,
begins to melt rapidly. His entire body just melts
oh,
into a pool of bubbling liquid wax. The clothes that he was wearing wetly plop to the floor. Then, within mere seconds, the wax begins to bubble violently and forms into a large, hulking, slightly humanoid-looking figure made of wax. The wax figure is 10 feet tall and amorphous, without any real defining features aside from this long, gaping mouth that is like yawning almost, and 2 gaping eye holes. Wax drips from the figure's form and leaves splotches on the floor. The eye holes and mouth then seem to glow with candlelight, but there are no candles in sight, and yeah, roll initiative, please. But everybody was doing held actions,
Yeah.
so those go off. So fairy fire, correct, you said?
yeah, the flavor of this is just like a glitter bomb.
Okay. And
Nice.
Like
I'll
all
post
over.
a picture of this thing. I will, in the group chat.
I'm scared. Oh, that's wicked.
This is a creature I found on the D&D subreddit. I was browsing for like wax monsters, and they're like,
Whoa.
"Hey, someone made this." So I will pull up the information on that person, and at the end of the session, I will thank them for this cool creature. So the battle map's here. All right. All right. Sorry. Dex save for the fairy fire.
Yes, dex save.
Flat 17.
Fuck. Yeah, that
Yeah.
succeeds.
All right.
That's a bummer.
Pitt, you're doing a
Yeah.
firebolt.
Firebolt.
All right. Go for it. You have advantage because you're hidden
Pew!
out of sight.
With advantage. That is a 22.
That hits. It gets hit by the fire, and it melts a little. It doesn't seem like it's vulnerable to fire, but you can roll damage for that.
That is a 4.
Alrighty. The wax melts a little quicker, but yeah, the fires quicken the melting process. It looks like.
Okay.
Eliott, you were gonna throw some darts.
Well,
I think you said.
he had them at the ready, so he wasn't going to throw them yet. So no,
All right.
that wasn't.
Then everybody roll
Wasn't held
initiative.
action.
Oh boy.
Eliott got a 16.
16, yeah.
I am going to roll initiative for the unconscious people, but they're not going to really be doing much anything. Pitt, what'd you get?
Punchy one.
Wow. And Professor?
20.
Oh, wow.
Nice. So first
Yeah.
up, well, they're
Love
unconscious, so Pitt, you're first up.
What the fuck? Okay.
Pretty small room. I think I switched over to the battle map. Yeah.
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 I'll just post a
Love
picture
this.
for Garrett.
Love this a lot.
Just for fun, I'll post a picture of the battle map for Garrett.
Thanks.
You know, doing any scorching spells in here would probably be a very, very bad idea. So, I'm shield touch probably wouldn't work. So we're just gonna go back to the firebolt.
Okay, and just so you know, Garrett, on the map that I posted in the group chat, I didn't do a screenshot, but you are bottom left hand corner of the table that has the actual body on it, and the wax figure is basically right in front of that open door.
I could do screenshots if you want for you.
Cool.
Oh no.
There's a
Yeah.
15 hit.
A 15 with a firebolt, you said?
Yup.
A 15 just hits.
Okay. And that's 5 fire damage.
All right, cool. So hits the wax, and the wax melts a little more. While it's being hit by the wax, more of the wax is like dripping off in big pieces. But it also looks like it's heating the thing up, so it might hurt it might have a little bit of extra hurt when it hits people.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Hot wax.
y'all. Boom.
Anything else, Pitt?
I'm going to. Yeah, that's. I'm going to go 5 feet back up the stairs.
5 feet up the stairs. All right.
So I'm even more out of sight.
All right, you're 10 feet away from your unconscious friends.
Cool beans.
That'll bring us to the professor. You are 10 feet away from this thing. Well,
Ooh.
yeah. So you only need to move 5 feet to get within melee of it, though.
Alright. Yeah. It's gonna walk up to it and
Okay.
try to give it a punch.
Okay, go for it. This
Booming.
big wax thing.
Booming boom.
Go for it.
Alright. Come on, roll please. That's a 21 to hit.
21 hits.
Alright.
Are your gauntlets themselves magical?
Um,
I think they are because they do thunder damage, right?
they count as simple melee weapon, but they don't do. But they do magical damage.
Okay, cool.
So,
That's all I need to know. Yeah, so cool. You're good.
all right. So that's 9 thunder damage,
All right.
and
Mhm.
and sorry, rolling the
No worries. The gauntlet just
And-
sinks into the wax. Just
cool. Thunder. 9 thunder damage, 5 necrotic damage.
alrighty. Doesn't appear resistant to either of those. It just the fist goes in, pulls out, just covered in wax.
Oh goodness. Yeah, I think that's gonna be it. That's my attack
Okay.
action. I'm not going to use my bonus action today.
Okay. Eliott, you're hidden under the table. This dude just turned into a big wax monster. The professor's punching it. Pitt threw fire at it. You're under the
Okay.
table. You are 5 feet away from it, under the table. Parts of its lower wax body, which are melting, kind of is starting to get towards you. Just these puddles of dripping wax.
Okay, can he? He's going to move 5, keeping low, making sure that the elemental or the elements of the flames are not on him, and he is going to shift
Okay.
and get here.
Sure.
And he's attempting to. First, he's going to throw out his hand and catch his hammer, and he's going to bring it down against this
All right.
this fucking thing.
You're not going to get advantage from being hidden because you came up from under the table, though, unfortunately.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
Just a straight attack roll.
No worries. Dirty 20 to hit.
That still hits with the hammer. Just sinks into the wax. Just
6 bludgeoning.
It appears like it takes 3.
Oh no. All right. And he is going to do a.
And it just goes like.
I hate that.
Just a big old wax thing.
And he's going to spend a key point to do a flurry of blows.
Go for it.
So, fun thing about this is with flurry of blows, I can. These new features are so different. Trying to see where it is because this special hit that he does. Right, so I could do a regular flurry of blows hit, and then I can do my second one with my hand of harm.
Correct. Yeah.
So he is going to, his first flurry of blow hit is another dirty 20 to hit.
That hits for sure.
For 7 bludgeoning damage.
Reduced to 3.
3, and for the second one, he's going to do a hand of harm. So as he yanks his hand free,
just coated in wax down to the elbow.
Yeah, the blue energy actually starts to coalesce as deep purple as he goes to land another strike at it.
Yeah.
So
that's it's such a cool monk subclass too that you're playing. Oh.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Oh god damn, that's a 9 to hit.
Nope, you kind of slip a little bit in the puddle of wax and you just go wide.
All right, and that's it. He is going to stay put there.
2 marshals. All right. Unconscious, bringing us to the wax elemental. I don't know why it's called an elemental, but you made a really cool creature is all I was going to say. And it looks at its melting hands and seems to realize it's going to deal extra damage with this now because of its melting. And it's basically heated up. First slam attack is going to swirl around and go to punch Eliott in the face. 14 to hit.
Oh, that misses.
Just over. And then it's going to do like a whirl, like a spin. And it just keeps going in that motion and goes to punch the professor.
Okay.
That D20
But it's not.
Okay. Sorry, what were you saying?
But it's not technically moving.
Nope.
Okay.
25 to hit.
Yeah.
Because you and Eliott are both within 5 feet of it, so it doesn't need to move.
Yeah. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. So you take 10 bludgeoning damage.
Yow.
And 4 fire damage because it's been heated by the firebolt.
Do you have the rose?
All right.
I do.
You're holding onto the rose. You take 2 fire damage.
Okay.
I gotta pull up that rose because I forgot about it. Yeah, you take 2 fire damage instead of 4.
All right. Sweet.
And one of the petals falls off.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
Actually, you know what? Let me. Never mind. The petal stays intact. Sorry. You've been holding onto this rose for a while, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have it put in the lapel of my.
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
We'll say this is like an identify. Actually, would you have cast identify while all the farting around is going on? I feel like you would.
He did
Yeah.
on the party. To
Okay.
see about
We'll
the
say you did
poison.
it on the rose as well.
Okay. Yeah.
While a red rose is held, it is wreathed. You can add a red chromatic rose to your equipment.
Okay.
While a rose is held, it is wreathed in fire as a harmless visual effect. While holding the rose by its stem, you gain resistance to fire damage. If you would take more than 10 fire damage from a single source, after applying the resistance, the rose disintegrates and you take no damage instead. As an action, you can blow the petals from the rose to produce a 20-foot cone of fire. Each creature in the cone must make a DC 15 con save, taking 3d10 fire damage on a failed save or half as much damage on a successful one. Using this property destroys the rose.
Oh, fuck.
All right.
You said red chromatic rose?
Red chromatic rose, yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
That is the Wax Elemental's turn. Raphael's unconscious. So, back to the top to Pit. You're 10 feet up the stairs now. You can't see the Wax Elemental from where you are.
Oh, this works. We're gonna go 5, 10, 15.
Mm-hmm.
This thing is now 15 feet for me, correct?
Yeah.
It's not 15 feet for me. I'm trying to make sure I...
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You see Pit put out both of their hands towards them, and their hair starts looking a little staticky for some reason. And you see from their hands, it looks like electricity is starting to form.
Mm-hmm.
As you see electricity, lightning start to bounce between their two hands. And you know how in Avatar, like... Wait, I don't want to spoil that if Justin hasn't seen it. Like,
I've
kind of
seen
like
Avatar.
lightning bending? Okay. She channels the lightning kind of like through her and towards the candle blob and tries to lasso it around them with their right hand, and I need them to give me a strength saving throw.
Okay, what are you doing?
Lightning lure.
Oh, yeah. That's an 8.
It fails, so you just see Pit lasso this candle blob in a energy of lightning, and it pulls him 10 feet towards them.
Nice.
And it does 1d8 lightning damage.
And I believe it'll also take 1d8 thunder damage because it moved.
I don't know. Does that work for forced movement?
I believe so. Let me see.
Anyways, how much?
Oh, no,
8
it doesn't.
lightning damage.
Okay.
Yes,
For
it doesn't.
light.
Good call out, Justin. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes lightning damage if it ends.
And because it moved 10 feet towards me, it would be within 5 feet of me.
All right. So how much lightning damage?
8.
All right.
I got max.
And no
Nice.
attackers of opportunity because it's technically not leaving. Well, it can't force movement. You can't do attacks of opportunity. Because this thing is amorphous, you pull it and it just glides through the professor, and it's occupying the same space as the professor technically.
Ooh.
Does it look like
And
it was...
as you do pull it into the professor's space, it is basically has formed around the professor. So the professor's technically inside of it. As that happens, Professor, you take some damage.
Sorry, Garrett.
You take 3
don't know.
bludgeoning damage and start suffocating.
Bludgeoning damage. Interesting. Okay.
And the wax begins to fill, like the wax is like filling your lungs, so you're suffocating. You can escape the wax elemental space by spending 15 feet of movement. If you do so, you can breathe again.
Cool.
But yeah, Pit pulls this thing towards them. It doesn't. It gets pulled, but it's more like I said. It's like you pull a bunch of liquid into your like within 5 feet, and then it kind of just smothers the professor. Anything else, Pit? Action to do that.
That was an action to do that. No, I'm just gonna chill there, but oh my god, that actually worked! It looked badass. I'm so happy.
Alrighty. Professor, you're suffocating, so you can't speak or cast spells that have verbal components. You can't see because you're inside this thing.
Yeah.
But you can spend,
I'm gonna use my...
spend 15 movement to get out of it.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, you spend 15 feet. Are you going... You can go north or south?
North, since I think south is
Okay.
where Pit
Yeah,
is.
correct. So you spend 15 feet of movement and get 5 feet behind it, out of the wax, no longer suffocating.
You're
You're just coated in it. Just...
Yeah. Do another booming fist. That's a 27 to hit.
That definitely hits. You pull yourself out and then you just punch it, or you punch it as you're walking out. Whatever you like.
Yeah. Okay, that's not great, but you know we're here for it. Nope, that's not great either. Fucking goddamn it. So that's 7 thunder damage and 2 necrotic damage.
Alrighty. Oh, I forgot to do something. At the start of its turn, because of the fire, it does seem to actually like take some damage from this like consistent burning, and it also gives off a bunch of light while it's been lit on fire by Pit, and it takes extra. So I forgot to do that. All right. Anything else?
No, just the reminder that any attacks it does on anybody other than me have disadvantage.
Yup. Alright. 2 more rounds. Or wait. That was done before combat, so 1 more round while this effect is active. Okay. Eliott!
Alright, shocked that the professor just walking out of this mass. He's going to take a step here and he's going to grab one of the darts and the needles and he's going to fling it at the back of this creature.
Go for it. Just go.
Oh, I'm rolling shit. That's an 8 to hit.
Misses.
Okay.
It kind of hits, but it hits not on the like on the pointy end. It hits like on the side, and then it just kind of gets sucked into it.
Okay. Bonus action, yeah, because these are still considered. I can 2 weapon fighting because it does have the thrown property. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna attempt to throw another dart.
Okay, go for
I
it.
just won't use my ability. Oh wow, that's an 11.
It also does the same thing. Just.
Jeez. These fucking rolls. All right. And he'll step up next to the professor.
Okay. Madeleine's unconscious, so to the wax elemental, it's going to do the spinny spin. And it's going to go to punch Pit, which has disadvantage because of stuff.
Yeah.
Alrighty. With disadvantage, I rolled a 19 and a 17, so 17 plus 6 to hit Pit. Just. Alright, Pit, you take 11 bludgeoning damage.
I'll walk it off.
Okay. And then you take 7 fire damage.
I will walk it off.
And then, because this thing is dripping wax, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I mean, realistically, I'm gonna fail this, but that's fine. Okay, 15.
15. You are not affected by the slow spell.
Ooh, cool beans.
That's the first hit, and then it's going to keep going and go to hit the professor.
I would be more pissed off that I fucked it up a lot, and would it just kind of go for me?
Actually, you know what? You're right. Yeah, it's going to go for Pit again. So with disadvantage, that's a 9 to hit.
Doesn't hit.
Alrighty. Pit.
Does this thing look like it's falling apart?
It looks like it's
or no fucking way.
I mean,
to
it's wax and it's melting.
It's wax and it's melting.
Yeah.
Oh no, that would hit. That would hit everybody. We are not going to.
Oh, it appears like it's not melting now. Like the melting process has stopped at the start of this round.
Okay. Each ray. Okay. I am going to cast. This might fuck me up, but Scorching Ray at the 2nd level.
Okay.
So
Wait, why? Why are we doing more fire?
I just want this. I want this thing to
Oh, right.
melt fully.
I forgot to do this again. It's sort of its turn.
Ah!
All right.
It does more damage.
It also hurts it on sort of its turns, but yeah, it does deal more fire damage. So you're doing Scorching Ray. Let's go.
Okay, so 3 rays.
You're gonna be at disadvantage because you're within melee distance.
That's okay. So I have to roll 3 times at
Yep.
disadvantage.
Yep.
Okay, at disadvantage. I rolled a 13 and then a 20, but that 13 would have been +6.
That hits.
So that hits. So for the first, do they all have the same damage or no?
No.
So the first one is 10 fire damage.
Okay. It starts to melt again and reactivate its fire stuff.
The second one is a 16 with disadvantage.
That hits.
And that's going to be 6 fire damage.
Okay.
And then the last one with disadvantage is going to be another 16.
Hits.
Ooh, 10 damage.
Nice.
Fire damage for that one.
Alrighty. Like I said, it's melting again.
And Pitt is just trying to draw its attention to them to let Eliott and the professor fuck it up from behind.
Okay.
Hmm.
That'll
And
bring
they're
it.
just like death stare at this thing into its
Okay.
non-existent eyes.
Okay. Professor.
Oh, I suppose we should try this again.
And Thunder Gauntlet.
Yep.
Oof. That's
Oh,
a
no.
10 to hit.
That you punch and your hand gets stuck in the wax for a second, and you pull it free.
Cool. I'm gonna bonus action. What's it called?
No idea.
Defensive field,
Okay.
and get 3 temp hit points,
Sure.
or 4 temporary hit points because I'm level 4.
Yay.
Alrighty. So that's your turn.
Yeah, action, bonus action.
Eliott.
Okay.
Moose.
I just remember too that Eliott is barefoot.
Yep.
Took his shoes off at the door.
She's just
he-
still by the front
yeah.
door.
Watching as the professor does that, he is going to use his free hand to grab the table and lift himself up
Okay.
and run across the table. So 5,
Sure.
10, 15.
Yep.
Yeah. And he is going to hop, so he's like the table's right to his left. He is going to attempt to hit it with the hammer.
Go for it.
Oh my god, what are these rolls? That is 11.
You hit. You're barefoot, right? You said.
Yeah,
So you got wax on your feet.
slips a little bit.
You slip a little bit. Kick the skeleton. The skeleton falls off the table.
That's okay. He's gonna do flurry of blows. As he comes around and just
Go for it.
hits the skeleton. He's gonna come with a. Actually, he's gonna come with a kick. So he's gonna
Okay.
try to
for
attempt
it.
to kick it.
Yeah, your feet are already covered in wax. So.
Yeah, I might as well. Okay, that's better. I'm spending a key point to do this, but my second one is gonna be doing something a little different.
Okay.
7 bludgeoning damage.
Reduce to 3.
reduced to 3. And as he kicks and he comes down, the hand begins to, the purple glow that was around it shifts to that blue as he reaches out, and he essentially gives like a shot of adrenaline to the chest toward Pitt, so that energy just pulses right into Pitt's body for the hand of healing.
Okay.
So Pitt, you heal 5.
Nice.
Ooh. And that is my go.
All right. I don't believe it has disadvantage now on its attacks because it didn't.
But does it
Correct.
get that fire damage metal
Oh,
crap
that's right.
at the
It
beginning
does,
of this
yeah.
turn?
Oh, what's
Schmelty.
wrong?
Oh, come on! Come on!
It's
So-
yeah.
Doing half damage is fucking rough for a monk.
Hitch trying to bring this thing down.
It's gonna go for 2 attacks. One on Pitt. First one on Pitt. We'll see how that goes.
Let's see how it goes. Come on. Fuck me up, boy.
12.
Doesn't hit. Come on. I can do this all day.
Natural 20.
I mean,
I can do this all day. Okay.
I could do this for one more hit.
Oh my god. Yeah, that this might kill you outright.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
I'm gonna do the total.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, I got to do some cool shit before I died.
You
That's
did.
all that mattered.
You take 33 total damage. You have 25 hit points. You're fine.
I have 25 hit points.
You're
yes.
just unconscious. Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah,
unconscious.
33 damage total. Oh, yeah, you're fine. You almost weren't. So it bodies Pitt, and then this thing can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch, and it ended its turn on. Well, it didn't end its turn yet, but it's on top of the sewer grate. It's gonna fall through the sewer grate. Eliott and the professor do get attacks of opportunity as it tries to go below the grate.
All right. I'm going to use the booming fist as my reaction
And I'll
because
say
I
professors
have
first. 'cause
Warcaster.
I'll say you're first, professor, for your attack because you're first in the initiative order.
Okay. Please. 12 to hit.
12 misses.
Fuck.
And Eliott.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna attempt to hit, but they light hammer.
God
That's
damn it.
19 to hit.
19 hits.
Shit damage 4
Reduced to
Damage.
2.
to 2.
It into the sewer. And that is the end of it fighting, basically. It gets into the sewer and you can hear it. But Pitt is unconscious and making death saves. So Pitt, I need a death save.
Cool. It's cool. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. 16.
You're fine. Professor,
I'm fine.
Pitt is making death saves. 5, 10. Pitt's 10 feet, 15 feet away, so 10 feet of movement will get you to Pitt.
I don't think she'll be all right.
And he says that while kind of looking around.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Eliott. Pitt's dying,
Yeah.
and you're 5 feet away.
Elliott's
I
going
said-
to.
Sorry, I meant to say they. Sorry. I think I used the wrong pronouns. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Eliott.
Eliott will slide here, grab the physician's kit or physician
Mhm.
bag, open it, and grab some various medicinal herbs and such and ointments, and is going to attempt to. Well, he doesn't have attempt because he's a healer, so he could use the healer's kit to
Yeah.
stabilize, but then he could heal.
Correct.
So it uses another
Mid.
one. So you heal.
Yep.
not the greatest. You heal 7 HP.
All right, Pit, you come back to consciousness, and as you all can hear the wax thing sliding deeper down the sewers and away, that's where we're going to end this session for the week.
Oh, I thought I could put another name on my leg. God damn it.
Wax?
Wax thing.
That's that. We'll be back next week to pick up from where we are. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.